so we can hear you just fine. All right, everyone, please mute for a sec. Let me get some levels adjusted on my end, and then we shall begin in about 120 seconds from now. All right, everyone, we are about to go live. So what I am going to do is this. I am going to do the intro as well as go over the format. And then after that, I will inform the listeners on how they are going to ask questions because as promised, super chats are disabled for the stream as are super stickers, which is fine, but I'm going to basically tell them to highlight their questions as a question in the live chat. So allow me to just inform the audience of that, and then we shall make this thing a thing. So I'll ask you guys to bear with me, and then we will get started on this. All right. Thank you very much. And so for YouTube, please mute your mics, and we will begin in the next 10 seconds. All right, we are live. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brothers and sisters, welcome to tonight's debate between Bev Try Thinking and Ryan Anderson. The topic for tonight's debate is open, but will center around geometry, and the format of the debate is as follows. We will have a 10-minute opening. We will then follow that up with a 10-minute rebuttal, a 10-minute direct question session, a 10-minute open discussion, and then we will be taking questions from you, the audience. Now, I am going to do my best to collect questions from the live chat and also Twitter. I have Jared 82 Productions in the live chat to pick up some questions for me to ask the speakers. I'm going to try to ask each speaker an equal number of questions, but we'll see how that goes. I cannot control that, but we will do our best. So before we actually get started, I am going to give our speakers a chance to introduce themselves. So we will start with you, Ryan. Please introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, what you do, that kind of thing.
Thanks, Reds, for having me. I appreciate it. As this kind of came about, I mentioned to Bev that I've never done a debate before. I'm a fan of the realm. I've watched a lot of content and videos. I am a chef. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a scientist. I don't operate a YouTube channel, and I'm not active on Discord. This came about for me through Twitter, and following a handful of the flat Earth opponents and proponents. Been making my way through all the different debates and whatnot, and listening with as much of an open mind as I can to something that is interesting to me. In a nutshell, kind of me. I'm 100% new. This is my very first appearance on a stream ever. So thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. And also, I may ask you, Ryan, to repeat a few things just because of connection issues. That's just the
Sure.
Nature of the beast, unfortunately.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
Bev, you now have a chance to introduce yourself. So go right ahead, sir.
Okay. I'm Bev. Try thinking. I came into this arena because I believe some of your friends, Reds, brought me in by calling me names about something. I've never been a flat earther, and I'm not a flat earther. There is a common misconception surrounding me of a load of people that say a load of strange things about stuff, especially taking Twitter as some sort of gospel or something. I don't know what goes on, but yeah, there's a lot of strange things about me. So I'm here to, like Ryan. Nobody's ever had a debate, in my opinion, in this arena. So this will be a first. I'm looking forward to it.
Excellente. All right. So the way that we're going to decide who goes first is we are going to be flipping a coin. And for those of you who have an Android device, you may want to mute the audio. You have been warned. So, Ryan, since you are new to this channel, I'm going to give you the choice here. Pick heads or tails.
Tails.
Okay, Google. Flip a coin. So, Ryan, you lost that. So, Bev, as the winner of the coin flip, you get to choose who goes first.
Ryan thought I was going first anyway, so I'll go first. Doesn't bother me.
All right, then. So, Bev, what I'm going to do is I will set a timer for 10 minutes. I am going to ask Ryan to please mute his mic. And then, I will, of course, come in at, like 30 seconds before your time is up and give you a nice warning there. And then we will go from there. So, Ryan, your mic is muted. Thank you very much for doing that. Bev, you have 10 minutes and it starts right now. Go ahead.
Okay. So, given this chance to debate, I've been trying to have discussions with people for quite a long time. Having to discuss these sort of things with as many people as possible is my aim. So this is a welcome thing for me. Now, I believe that I have talked to most of the people within this arena to try and find where people are at, and that's part of the discussion that me personally try thinking is after, to see how people's minds work. So I could say I'm not a flat earther, but this particular debate that was asked by Ryan, he asked for to go over the question: does science more accurately support a flat, non-moving Earth or a spherical, rotating Earth? That was the debate, so I'm up for it. I've noticed that there is a lot of people within this particular arena that are obsessed with the shape of the Earth. I'm not. I never have been. It doesn't particularly bother me. We deal with mainly reality about this. And also other stipulations that Ryan made earlier. He's since retracted, but there was some strange mentions of non-mentions of Euclid and parallels and land surveying. So as far as I can, I'll try and keep out of that. But if you ask for citations, they probably will come from Euclidean geometry, the elements. And where else were we at? Oh, and in these debate things as well, I know you're going to have some sort of a poll and whatnot, who wins and loses, but that's not my aim for these discussions. They should be presenting arguments so we can then discuss the arguments in the rebuttals for afterwards. So that said, I think you may have heard some of the arguments that I do bring about this. So you've heard the one about all horizontals being parallel. I explained that to Reds, although they didn't think it was an argument, so I will repeat the whole thing again. is that if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will necessarily be parallel to each other. It's a geometric fact that statement can be made. Now, the conclusion from that would be that all horizontals are parallel to each other, which would be the argument, the two statements with the conclusion being all horizontals are parallel. But along with that, within land surveying, that is how we measure an elevation change, right? So that's a little bit of backing for that. But to keep in line with the science, does science more accurately? It depends what the understanding of science is. I'll give you my understanding of science, right? Science is it's knowledge, but it's the acquisition of knowledge. It's the process that goes around that and how you communicate that so somebody else can repeat what it is that you use to gain that knowledge in the first place. So in saying that, science more accurately supporting something seems a little bit of a strange thing, but I mean, I will go with it. My understanding of science is the acquisition of knowledge and how that process goes around, so you can give that to other people. So I would say through my testing in reality, I found that a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. Now, that horizontal plane will only be horizontal when it's static. It's hydrostatic equilibrium of the water level. So that implies no motion allowed within a water level. If I do have a video we could go to, one of your mates, whatever, showed that if there's any motion, the levels of the water don't remain static. They change when you spin them. So no rotation, because it wouldn't remain a horizontal plane were there any motion. And to back that, I would also say the same for a plumb bob. Plumb bob is a tool for establishing a vertical frame of reference, perpendicular to the water level, but a completely different tool. But that also goes the same. If there's any rotation, a plumb bob will not be in the vertical position. So these are things that we actually know and we can all prove in reality. And that would go to show that this is how it works. This is how reality goes. I think that's about all I've got for my opening.
All right. And with that, so you still have 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. Do you surrender the rest of the time?
3 minutes 30? No, I can't give up that.
You still have 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Would you like to utilize it or surrender?
Yeah, no, I'll keep going for a bit.
Okay.
The fact that the horizon also is a straight line and all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. The horizon over water, which would be considered to be the true horizon, is what links the horizontals to the plane of the horizon, which we all know that the horizon is horizontal, and that very fact is a water level. Again, it is the tool for establishing that horizontal plane, and only when there is no motion, i.e. a hydrostatic, will you have that. So the only way it's possible to have a horizontal horizon would go with the fact that the water level is the tool for establishing a horizontal plane. Again, stating that there is no motion. Yeah, that'll do.
All right, understood. And I will go ahead and stop your clock now, and I will go ahead and reset it. All right, so I am going to now ask Bev to mute his mic. In fact, I can just do it myself. There we go. Ryan, you will have 10 minutes for your opening. I do want to politely just remind you that this is your opening, not necessarily a direct rebuttal to what Bev just said. That will come in the rebuttal phase. So with that, 10 minutes is now yours. Go ahead.
Appreciate it, Reds. And again, thanks for hosting. I can't say enough times I'm not a streamer. So if I look like a potato or my coloring's all off, I apologize. I don't do this as often as either Bev or Red. So it's nice to be, for listening to you guys for as long as I have, it's nice to actually be taking part of it. To not rebut anything, we'll get to all of that. What I wanted to accomplish here is, to talk to somebody who, maybe doesn't necessarily have an opposing view per se, but might be interested in getting to the bottom of things rather than make it a crazy conspiracy. I've been in my journeys through the flat earth debate realm. I've seen some true knuckleheads. There's your hip hop hippies, there's your Spurskimos, there's your Russian vids, not to name anybody by name. I'm not calling anybody out, but just, there's people that can articulate points and there's people that can't. When the challenge was extended to Bev with the $500 that you had, that was interesting to me, but we'll get to all that. What I'm, when I put it to Bev as, does science reflect or more accurately reflect flat non-rotating Earth versus, a globe that spins? I have three favorite pieces of information or evidence that I see repeated a lot that I think actual physical photograph taken on film by Gene Cernan on Apollo 17. To say that Gene Cernan is a liar, you'd have to start debunking that photograph. You can't call it CGI. It was taken on film. You can't, you have to start breaking down all the little minutia of all the individual things about how that picture came to be. And it's a lot. There's a lot of things that led mankind, humankind, to that spot. My second favorite piece of information is, and that's to show rotation, and it's not Bob, but thanks, Bob. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Bob. My second piece of information is an experiment that I saw conducted by a guy who calls himself the gentleman physicist. He educated me on how the Foucault's pendulum can be used to show the rotation of the Earth. He built this incredible device that myself as an amateur, I couldn't find any problem with his logic or his thinking or his process. And it showed that the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum. Unless you can explain that, we're in motion. We're off to the races. My third favorite piece of information was an incredible video that I saw by a gentleman who calls himself, double check my notes, I want to make sure I give proper credit, Mr. Sensible and the Mage 2 project. Built with his own two hands. There's a lot of rhetoric, sorry, Reds, on the other end, like, oh, do your own research, do your own experiments. This is, science is supposed to be repeatable by everybody. Bev just said that in his introduction. Somebody should be able to repeat it. Okay, well, Mr. Sensible did, and he showed the curvature of the Earth. It all has to do with observer height when we talk about horizon and horizontals. You have to get up high enough. The Earth is, to borrow another phrase, the Earth is really, really, really big. That was Professor Dave. So to say that any of those three pieces of information, you'd have to start picking them apart in reality. And we can talk about, Euclid. Bev brought up Euclid. So one of the quotes that I came about to end, I'm not going to use all my time. One of the quotes that I came across in regards to Euclidean versus non-Euclidean geometry, because non-Euclidean geometry does exist in the real world, is a quote that I found from a physicist who is a Nobel Prize winner named Paul Dirac. And I'm going to end with that. And I'm quoting him here. Quote, non-Euclidean geometry and non-commutative algebra, which were at one time considered to be purely fictitious of the mind and pastimes for logical thinkers, have now been found to be very necessary for the description of the general facts of the physical world. End quote. That guy has the Nobel Prize in physics, so he's sure as hell smarter than me. And I would venture that he's smarter than Bev, and due respect to our moderator, he's smarter than you too, Reds. So I'm going to go with that science that can be repeated and does exist in reality so that we can describe the physical world and beyond. I'll leave it there for now.
Understood. You had 5 minutes left, so thank you very much. We are ahead of schedule. So what we're going to do now is a rebuttal phase, which is also for 10 minutes. So Ryan, I'm going to ask you to mute your mic, which you already did. Thank you very much. Way ahead of the game. Bev, you have 10 minutes for rebuttal. If you wish to use all of it, be my guest. If not, you have that option as well. So Bev, please unmute your mic. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Okie dokie. Well, the opening part was just a load of different people that you've talked
Bev,
to.
If you're talking, no one can hear you. Your mic is still muted.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. All right, I will reset your clock. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Okie dokie. Right. Well, his opening, Ryan, your opening was about a lot of different people that are not me. So I won't address that. And I don't think I've ever talked to the people that you named there either. So I wouldn't care to say about any of their positions or anything. I wouldn't know that. I do have here that you mentioned the gentleman physicist and a faux cult, that it was a test that he did in like a block of flats. Now, I was talking to Fight the Flat Earth about this when that was going on, because that is a favourite of Fight the Flat Earth's. I've seen him put that out quite a bit. Now, Fight the Flat Earth said that you can, with that, position yourself exactly on the Earth with just a plumb bob. And he's told us that he, in a tweet on Twitter, before he got banned on that account, that he has taught his children how to actually do this, position themselves precisely on the Earth. What Fight the Flat Earth has gained from what that guy did in a block of flats stairwell has led to some confusion, because I'm pretty sure Fight the Flat Earth is talking shit when he says he can do that. He's never explained it. He's never made a video about it. He said he was going to do that for himself on a block of flats somewhere, but that's never turned up, and he's never got to do that. So as far as I can see, that particular thing about a faux cult, because even Fight the Flat Earth, that's done the global pendulum positioning system, I called it, the GPPS, even he has admitted that the faux cults have like a magnet system, a motor to keep the faux cult pendulum swinging. So that's not what he did within the stairwell, if that's the same thing that you're thinking of. It's the one that I'm thinking of. So I don't really like that, and we can go over that. We will be able to go over that. The other thing you said about Earth being big, well, it's obviously bigger than I am, and I only live in the UK, so little place on a little island. You know, I don't have experience of all of that sort of stuff. But what I will say is that a straight line doesn't have a boundary to it, and at no point does a straight line stop being straight. and that's what we're dealing with. So the size of something shouldn't matter to the understanding of what a straight line is, which is what I brought at the beginning with the horizontals. Your other point was non-Euclidean existing. Well, I would say that existence requires it to be within reality, and non-Euclidean, since Euclidean is the description of things in reality, cubes, triangles, spheres, balls, all of that sort of stuff, that's Euclidean. So anything beyond that that's not that, I don't know, you could go into sort of realms of what you thought it was, definitely conceptual, but existing, I would disagree with existence. I mean, but that could be a word play. It has to be a thing. And when you describe a thing, you would describe a thing with Euclidean understanding, especially within straight line distances. You know, from here to there is a straight line distance. Then, well, that's very Euclidean. It's definitely not non-Euclidean. Do you know what I mean? It's a straight line. So, and the other one you said that you came on the back of that non-Euclidean, you said that science. Well, when I said at the beginning that the acquisition of knowledge through different means is what science is. So there are multiple branches of different things and different ways you can learn about different things. That may be the branch of science that you're talking about, but I would ask for a clarifier of which particular science, because like I say, if you're dealing with logic, then you're dealing with the science of reasoning. If you're dealing with geometry, you're dealing with the science of shapes, lines, figures, things like that. So there are multiple different ways of obtaining information and knowledge. So yeah, that would be from that science. Yeah, I'd ask for a qualifier on that, because that came on the back of the non-Euclidean, and I don't think that particularly is a science, because there's no knowledge to be gained for something that doesn't actually exist. All sort of on the back of each other, I suppose. Okay, I think it was very short opening statement, so.
All right, you want to go ahead and call it there?
Yeah, there's nothing much else I can say about.
All right, understood. So, Bev, I'm going to mute your mic, and Ryan, I'm going to ask you to unmute. You now have 10 minutes for rebuttal.
I apologize, Bev, if there was a thing. I didn't say that science. I was talking about the scientist who has the Nobel Prize in physics and his statement about non-Euclidean geometry, which, yes, it's interesting that you use the phrase "is a thing." You seem to want to talk about Fight the Flat Earth, even though I didn't bring him up. So we can talk about Fight the Flat Earth. I don't care if he did a Foucault's pendulum or didn't do a Foucault's pendulum. Thousands of other people have. So when you talk about your definition of science, where it's something where it's the striving for knowledge that we can all understand and be repeatable and that we can all use, you don't get to go through and cherry pick, well, I like this one and I like that one. We all know, like you have a thing for Euclid, but it's interesting that just now you folded in the word sphere into Euclidean geometry, which to my understanding isn't. You know Euclid better than most people. You have a kind of a thing going on with Euclid, which is fine. This is why I wanted to talk to you about this, because Euclidean geometry exists in 2D space. Every resource that I've gone through, math papers and so on and so forth, it's Euclidean geometry exists in a 2D plane. We can talk about, the horizon being level as much as you want, but to try to fold a sphere into Euclidean geometry and all horizontals being parallel and lines not being straight, yeah, let's talk about that, because spheres are non-Euclidean geometry. If you draw a triangle on a sphere, that's non-Euclidean geometry, as far as I can tell. And again, not a mathematician. I don't think that you're a mathematician either. So it's two non-mathematicians trying to suss out the science, because you said it should be accessible and usable by everybody. And I agree with that to a point. Not all of us are as smart as, guys that have Nobel Prize medals and Fields medals. But when we, look at the world around us, there's observable things that show that that your horizon at observer level, appears to be flat, because you can't see that far. So you go up higher. Yeah, science supports that. You can change those things to get to a point where you can make a different observation, and you should keep observing. You should, like you say, you should try thinking. And so to say only this is really putting yourself in a box. And I'll you made a point that my intro was short. I didn't think I needed that much time to point out the fact that, you say you're not a flat earther. You said it 4 times already. Then we should be agreeing on a lot more than this. This should be actually pretty slam dunk. We shouldn't have to draw out, 10 minutes. I shouldn't have to draw out a 10-minute introduction if we're going to agree with the fact that the earth isn't flat and it's in motion. Boom, we're done. Euclidean geometry exists. Absolutely, Euclidean geometry exists. What else you got? There's non-Euclidean geometry. You want to talk about that for a little bit? We can. But for somebody who says that they're not a flat earther, you definitely seem to say a lot of things that only lead to a flat earth perspective. And that's kind of what I wanted to drill down on a little bit further, because if it's only Euclidean geometry, which is the tweet that brought us here, you said, I only live in a non-Euclidean world, or non-Euclidean reality. I have the screen grab. I can get it and quote you directly if you need that level of accuracy. But the world is 3D. Spheres exist. You said so, and you kind of folded spheres into Euclidean geometry, which is, from what I understand, that's something you didn't like, especially in the streams that I've heard in listening to you communicate that. And if I got you wrong, I apologize up front, but it seems that today, for the first time, you're saying that spheres are part of Euclidean geometry. Can you suss that out? Can you make that a little clearer? I'd appreciate it.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and call that pause. You want to relinquish the rest of your time?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I am going to make a modification to the order. I said that there would be 10-minute direct questions after the opening and rebuttal phases. I'm actually going to flip one ahead of it and do a 10-minute open discussion instead. I think that will actually get us somewhere. So, Ryan and Bev, I am going to reset the clock for 10 minutes, and you guys will just go back and forth. And Ryan, I will ask for you to start, and Bev, for you to unmute your mic. So 10 minutes between you guys starts now. Go ahead.
Sorry for clicking my pen. Bev, do you want to clarify that now you think spheres are part of Euclidean geometry? Let's start there.
Okie dokie. Spheres are definitely part of Euclidean geometry. They always have been. They always will be, and I've never said any different. I live in a 3D reality. I've always said that. Have you ever heard of Book 11 in Euclid? Have you ever looked at Euclid, the elements?
I have looked at the elements. I've looked at the axioms. I haven't. But that's as far as I got.
Yeah. It goes definitions, axioms, propositions. Book 1 deals with shapes of like triangles and squares and stuff like that, and then it progresses. Book 3 is circles, and it keeps going, and they do prime numbers and stuff like that. And then book 11 is the solid geometry, where it goes into 3D. And then they start again with the definitions, and I'll give you definition 14 book 11. A sphere is a solid figure described by the revolution of a semicircle about its diameter, which remains fixed. So a sphere is defined within Euclidean geometry, so it has to be Euclidean.
Okay.
Yep, I've never had any other position about that. So Euclidean geometry definitely goes into the 3D realm.
Okay. So then the Earth is a globe and it's in motion. We're in agreement.
What?
The Earth is in motion and
No,
we live on a globe.
Sphere is Euclidean.
Yeah.
That's a problem for.
That's a problem.
For the.
How is that a problem?
For the model.
For what model?
For well, your model, I'm guessing.
I've never.
I don't have a model. I don't.
Don't
Let's say I don't have a model. If you have Epoch A as well too, that's fine. We'll go with it. The surface of a sphere is obviously 3D, right?
Are you asking or are you telling?
No, I'm well. A sphere is 3D, so the surface of the sphere has to be 3D. That's the bit that you look at, right? In reality.
Yep.
And so that is a Euclidean shape. A Euclidean sphere is a three-dimensional ball. In reality.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So if that is a surface of constant curvature, which it is, then no straight lines can fit on it, right? I mean, since this is a debate, we do have a few arguments. Have you heard of the modus tollens?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right. Well, it's set up an if-then statement, right? So we would say if the Earth is a spherical object, P,
Sure.
then the surface of liquid water must curve. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what this has to do with the shape of the Earth, Bev. Can you help me out?
If the Earth is a spherical object, that's got a lot to do with the shape of the Earth, right? If the Earth being a spherical object, then a consequence of that is that the surface of liquid water at rest must curve. Q. That's the setup for the modus tollens, right? But the kicker is to set up for the modus tollens that the mode that denies is you have to deny the consequent, and that would be that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Therefore, not Q. Not Q, therefore not P. As an argument.
Okay. So, again, I mean, God, this is like deja vu. What does that have to do with the Earth being in motion and not flat?
Well, the only way a water level can establish a horizontal plane is when it's static, hydrostatics. No motion. And also, it's a horizontal plane, denying curvature.
So you are a flat earther?
No. We use the horizontal planes in parallel to measure the elevation change.
Let me stop you there, Bev, because I apologize. I didn't ask from the outset. Do you wish to be addressed as Paul, or do you wish to be addressed as Bev? I have conflicting information. Is it Paul or is it Bev? Whichever you prefer.
Call me Bev. Whoever's telling you to do that is.
I'm asking you right now.
Okay. Well, my name is Bev. Try thinking. Please address me as Bev.
Okay. I'm sorry if that offended you.
Well, I don't know why you asked that. It's just a little bit
to be polite,
thing, isn't it?
Jackass. We can do this two ways, man. Either way, if you want to start nipping away, I apologized at the front and asked how you'd like to be addressed. We've never spoken before. So I apologize if that offended you by asking how you want to be addressed. But back to the question, because I want to know, you can't have it both ways. You can't keep saying that horizontal is flat and all
I
parallels
didn't say
and
that.
it.
I've never said that.
Okay. All right. I think
I'm
that
going to jump in here with 3 minutes 17 seconds remaining and say I guess we can move on to direct questions.
sure.
Okay. I'm going to give Bev the honors here. So Bev, you may ask a direct question of Ryan starting now. Go.
How are you feeling? Are you okay?
What, in life or?
Well, no, just in this debate, right? Do you understand that you saying that the surface of the sphere being 3D has already got you a lot of heat, let's say?
Didn't say that, Paul. You said that.
Bev.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Beth. Sorry. You're 100% right. I didn't say that.
Yeah,
You
I
did.
think you did.
No.
Yeah, well, you agreed that it was.
I was
But,
agreeing.
it's
to you
okay.
keep talking. I was agreeing so that you would continue on because
Okay.
it seems like we're
So
going
you don't
through...
agree then?
Can I finish?
Yeah, go on. I'll go
It
make
seems
a
like
brew.
we're just going to play Bev's greatest hits, which, everybody kind of expected. You're not a flat earther, but all the things that you put forth so far have described the earth as flat based on your interpretation of Euclidean geometry. So, I figured that this would happen. I figured that you would, deny that you're a flat earther. And I can understand why you wouldn't want to be associated with being a flat earther. It does have a fair amount of negative connotation to it. But to say you're not a flat earther in the same 39 minutes that you say you only live in Euclidean geometry is, I don't know. I don't understand it. I thought that, you would have, I thought you'd come with something different this time. And that was probably my mistake, but we got you here anyway. So, I mean, if you want to continue with, its water levels and how a water level can somehow tell you what the shape of the entire earth is, go ahead, man, play the hits. It's nice to get it in real time.
Let's follow up that with a question from you, Ryan.
Sure. My first question is, can you explain to me what you use the hashtag model affliction? What does that mean to you? Does it mean that those who support a globe Earth model are somehow afflicted?
Brilliant. Yeah, it means that instead of you being able to think clearly about something, instead of holding this epoche, right, where you hold no judgment until you make the argument or whatever, that it seems so hard for people to lose the model, even down to the fact that when you think of the horizon, right, when you look at the horizon, you know that horizontals are parallel to it, but you cannot get rid of the model and you implement some sort of a curvature there. But it becomes hard for you to talk about it because, how do you do that? How do you talk about something that's so obvious as the horizon being horizontal? And try and tell everybody there's some sort of curvature to it. It's an affliction in the way that you can't look at it as well. It's some sort of a paralogism, I'd call it. It's all sorts of stuff laid on top of one another within this. It's deep. You have to talk to a lot of people because I think a lot of people don't see the contradictions that they hold when this model affliction takes place. So yeah, that's why we use the model affliction, to make people aware of it. It's a real thing. Troubles a lot of people. causes a lot of confusion.
All right, Bev, it is your turn. Please ask your question to Ryan.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to trouble you anymore. I think you look like you're troubled, Ryan. I don't.
Well,
Seriously.
I'm sorry that you think I'm troubled, Bev. I'm really not. I'm trying to listen to things that I've heard you say before. I'm sorry I can't comment on the way that you look, because in our agreement you were supposed to have your camera on this whole
It
time.
won't work.
You forgot.
No, it won't work. I don't know.
Well, then why did you agree to your camera was supposed to be on?
Because I don't know. If he'd have come on Discord or he had a Discord channel, then it would have been easy. I could do that for you. I just can't do it with this
Your
app.
camera works on Discord, but your camera doesn't work anywhere else.
It says the browser doesn't accept it. It needs to be shut down, but I don't know where it is to shut it down. I'm not.
Technical difficulties
genius.
I'm going to interrupt. Technical difficulties are kind of irrelevant. It wasn't a problem up until this point. It should be a problem now. I'm going to go ahead and Ryan, give you the last question here, and then we'll move on to questions from the chat. So Ryan, please go ahead and ask a final question to Bev if you have one.
I do. I'm trying to figure out the best way to phrase it for Bev. Let's do it this way, Bev. If Euclid is realized, as you're fond of saying, and the results of your test are at odds with a globe Earth, wouldn't this mean that you are indeed a flat earther?
Well, again, I can't be a flat earther because I have a proof it's not flat. Right? I know. I've done land surveying. I've got a certificate. It's on my wall. Once you know and you have the knowledge that it's not flat, then you cannot be a flat earther. I mean, I'm the one that asks every flat earther I ever see, how do you deal with the contradiction? And they say, what contradiction? And I say, the contradiction that it's not flat. Literally, it's not flat. It's a misnomer. So I have never been a flat earther, and I never will be a flat earther because I have a proof it's not flat. I showed it to Reds last week. Horizontals being parallel. Said that to you at the beginning. That's how they measure the elevation changes of the land. So I know for a fact it's not flat.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get on to some questions. So I'm going to ask this one at a time.
Sure.
So first question from Ennis Sherlock, which I assume means no shit Sherlock. Question for me. Red's rhetoric. How long until you start losing it? LOL. Dude, I already fucking have. Next question from Sly Sparkane. So Bev is not a flat earther, but he says the earth is flat and doesn't move. Did I miss something? Bev, could you clarify for Sly Sparkane?
I didn't say it was flat. I said it's not flat.
Did you say that the earth doesn't move?
I said in order for a water level to be static, hydrostatics, that and a plumb bob, there has to be no motion. Yeah. For those tools to work in reality.
Do those tools work in reality?
Yes, they do.
So you assert that the earth isn't moving.
So that would suggest that through science, the understanding of that that there is no motion, right? Static, hydrostatic.
Would you also agree, just to help Sly Sparkane out as much as possible, that flat earthers also assert that the earth does not move?
I wouldn't know. We never get into those questions with other people. I mean, do you want me to? I'm not talking for other people. No, there's only me here.
You talked for Fight the Flat Earth at the beginning.
No, I talked about him he said with the faculty. I don't know. He was your authority. I presume.
Okay, so you know a lot about Fight the Flat Earth and just not anybody else.
What?
Well, you felt comfortable
Well, Flat Earth's spoken about that. He's done. He's
Yeah,
told.
but
he's
hang
told
on. You
me that he's
stop.
taught
You
his
feel
kids about
comfortable
this
summarizing his
global
position,
positioning system.
You don't feel comfortable summarizing anybody else's?
Well, it's just that it was so
Why haven't-
strange and out of the fact, right? Because it can't be done. It's impossible. It's people saying that they can do impossible things. Yeah.
It's impossible to do a Foucault's pendulum.
It's impossible to tell your position exactly on the Earth with only a plumb bob. Yes.
Wow. Okay. So all the people have done it, they were lying. That's your position?
If anybody's used the global pendulum positioning system, like Flat Earth,
Bev, you can make
I'd
any
like to see that.
acronym or branding that you want to make it seem like it's not that it doesn't exist in reality. That doesn't change the fact that it exists in reality. So you can, this is why I was very, very interested and kept at you. Is your arrogance is incredible. And if you truly wanted to encourage people to try thinking and to realize Euclid and to open their eyes and have a place of like community where people are welcome, you might do a better job if you were nicer to people and weren't such a fucking snob about your knowledge.
Nice over there on the level.
Sorry,
Very
what?
nice group of people.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take your word for it because I'm not active on Discord. I'm not going to start it. I'm definitely not going to start there. But what I do see is your words that you have the ability to edit before you send on Twitter. And if that is your indication of what's nice, sorry about it, man. You might actually want to, be a little nicer to people. Might further your ability to realize Euclid.
My Twitter account's out there. Anybody can have a look at any of the tweets
I
made.
Yeah, they can.
All right. So the next question is for Ryan by somebody by the name of David. All right, Ryan, what was your goal coming into this discussion with Bev?
I didn't really have a specific goal in mind because I didn't know what. I mean, there was a little bit of hubris on my part because I thought maybe this would be the one opportunity where Bev, changed his shtick a little bit. And clearly he didn't. I also thought that he would adhere to the debate guidelines that I put as the first opening volley, and he had a problem with having Euclid and land surveying off the table, which I understand if that it was a negotiation, but he agreed to everything else and he hasn't done any of it. So I that was my dumbass fault for not being a seasoned debater. Like, I'm clicking my pen. I apologize to the chat again for that. That was kind of a dumb thing to do. I don't do this all the time. Maybe I thought this would be the one time where we heard something consistent from Bev. We have something with some integrity from Bev, and we haven't. Bev is playing the hits. And I mean, that I didn't think that it would go any different than that. I had a hope, but that again was that was a complete rookie mistake. I should have known better. That Bev was just going to get on and say the same stuff that he says for how many hours a day on his Discord, that he's spams with every reply on his Twitter. Yeah, his Twitter's open. If you guys aren't familiar with Bev's Twitter, it is a gold mine of contradictions, hashtags, and a spamming a link to a Discord. It is, if you're ever feeling blue, which I look blue, check out Bev's Twitter. It's a laugh riot.
Neato. All right, moving on. We are going to go to Harry Warp. It says a first quote about Foucault's pendulum. I'll just ask the question because I think that's going to be easier. So, Bev, do you reject Foucault's pendulum because it's not a perpetual motion machine?
It's got a motor in the top of it.
Yeah, but is that the reason you reject it, though?
Yeah, it does, Ryan. It does. They all do.
Okay, so the fact that the pendulum cannot remain swinging on its own, that would be a reason to reject it, just to be clear, correct?
No, a plumb bob swinging on its own is a plumb bob, right? It's vertical. It establishes vertical, and it only establishes vertical when there is no motion. So you can't add a motor to it and then go, oh, look, there's obviously motion. It doesn't logically work for me. That sounds illogical.
Okay, so the motor being added is the reason that you reject the piece of equipment itself, correct?
No. When I came here at the beginning, it was about does science more accurately represent a flat and whatever non-motion? Well, a plumb bob being plumb vertical is one of those things that I cited at the beginning. So all the Foucault pendulum is one of those with a motor on it to make it move. So you can't really say that there shows a movement when you add a motor to a thing that shows no movement. Is only vertical when there is no motion.
All right, so let me just rephrase the question then. Is it your belief that the addition of a motor is skewing the results?
What results?
That the path of travel of the pendulum will deviate with time. Do you believe that the addition of the motor causes the pendulum path to deviate?
Well, mainly the conclusion. If you come to a conclusion that says there is motion, then I would say that's a fallacious conclusion. I wouldn't do that. Like I'd say, I just stick to the facts.
But
a plumb bob is vertical because there's no motion.
Okay, but just to repeat the question, because I don't think we actually got an answer to it. The question from the chat is hinting to this. So we have a pendulum. We add a motor to keep the pendulum swinging. Do you believe that the addition of that motor is skewing its path throughout the day?
I wouldn't know what you mean by skewing its path.
Understood.
It's just causing a motion, yeah?
Yeah, understood. And
then we'll. Oh, Ryan, you had something.
So I just wanted to add, but the Foucault pendulum does not have a motor in it, the true one. And somebody in chat pointed that out. I'm sorry, I didn't. It scrolled past. But if you do a Foucault's pendulum, a motor is not required in a Foucault's pendulum, and you can triangulate your position on Earth using the results of the data. That's pretty straightforward. There was no motor in the gentleman physicist's pendulum.
Right. You've got that from Fight the Flat Earth or from somebody?
No, I didn't.
Fight the Flat Earth.
Don't tell me where I got my stuff. I didn't get it from Fight the Flat Earth.
So you say you can triangulate with a pendulum?
Anybody can if you know trigonometry and geometry. I can't. I didn't go that far with my mathematics education. But if you want me to tag somebody in who could explain it to you, I absolutely could.
At a later date, no doubt we might be worth going over that. But I'd say that's impossible myself.
Why do you think it's impossible? Just so I can fully prepare.
Because, like I say, a plumb bob just establishes.
You keep calling it a plumb bob. Let's just stick with the same language so we're communicating clearly. I said a pendulum, a Foucault's pendulum.
Well, like I say, I think the Foucault pendulums have a motor in them. There's a difference.
They do not. Would you like a source?
Well, I have Fight the Flat Earth as a source.
He's not here, and remember, you didn't want to talk about anybody that I mentioned as just in passing.
Well, like amongst the sources. I mean, I bet Reds will tell you Foucault's have a motor in them.
Reds, would you say that?
Not all of them. There's some really big ass ones that don't.
Thank you. So,
I guess
motors aside. Yeah, let's move on to the next one.
Okay, so Ryan, this is for you. I think you already answered this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway from someone by the name of Mr. Top. What is your experience debating just entirely? Is this really like your first go at it?
This is my first go at it, like a true, like, let's talk about, openings and closings and whatnot. As far as experience related to, I did speech in high school, but that was more dramatic and extemporaneous speaking. In my working life right now, I host a show that's a competition show. So I'm not uncomfortable speaking extemporaneously. I don't debate. I think it's clear that this is, I wish I could have done better. It's my first time. But as far as debating and whatnot, I just kind of have seen quite a bit. I did my research. As you know, this reference might date me, but I tried to come correct. But as far as, saying I will argue with somebody about a topic, I don't have a lot of experience doing that. I didn't do debate in high school or college or anything like that. That being said, honestly, when Bev agreed, and he's sticking with this "I'm not a flat earther" kind of performance art that he's doing, we should be agreeing more. But for somebody who's not a flat earther, you do say a lot of flat earther stuff, and you hang out with a lot of flat earthers. So if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, I gotta say it's a motherfucking duck.
Understood. All right. We have
There's some good
another
people.
question.
Some good people
I didn't say anything about their character. I was talking about whether or not they were flat earthers.
Yeah, well, most of the people I hang around with, to be honest, aren't flat earthers. So
I'm sure that there's some on every side, Bev. It takes different strokes to move the world.
Mm-hmm.
Understood. All right. Moving on to the next one. So Bev, very straightforward question from Batman. By the way, Batman, huge fan. Thanks for saving Gotham many, many times. Fuck the Joker. Anyway, Bev, what is the shape of the Earth?
I don't know.
Ryan, what is the shape of the Earth?
What I've learned, what I see with evidence done by smarter people than me, and I go back to my first thing that I like so much, and that's the picture taken by Gene Cernan on Apollo 17. It would appear that the Earth is not flat and is in motion.
Excellent. All right. So next question, Bev. What tests have you performed that conclude that all horizontals are parallel with each other, not just the horizon?
We did the Realising Euclid test. Me and Spot On last year. Can
you explain that? Can you? Because I'm not familiar. I haven't seen the results of your Realising Euclid test. Can you explain it to me as somebody who doesn't know?
Well, basically, a water level is obviously a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, and it has points at either end. So one point and the other point, the two ends of the tube. So within Euclid, you could say, very Euclidean, the straight line is the shortest distance, or is that which lies evenly between those 2 points, the two extreme points of a straight line. So the line is literally just the shortest distance between those 2 points of the water level. So what we do, and what we did was, in order to realise Euclid, we went to book 11, proposition 1, which was the statement that no straight line can lie partly within a plane and partly without it, right? It can't leave the plane once the straight line's within the plane. So what we did, we got 2 water levels of 400 meters, because obviously we've been given the Ruhif numbers by the mathematicians on the globe geometers, let's say. They gave us the drop numbers. So we made 2 400 meter water levels, and what we did was we overlapped 200 meters in the middle. That showed that all of the levels of this water level lie on the same plane. So both of the horizontals lie within the same plane. Now you could lift one of them up a bit, and then they would be parallel. So it goes to show that all horizontals are parallel to each other geometrically. We are going to be doing it again with some additions to the perpendiculars, just to check it again this coming year.
All right, Ryan, if nothing else, I'll move on to the next question.
Next question.
All right, next question. All right, next question for Bev. Actually, I'll ask this question to both of you. Ryan, where does the sun go at night?
To the other side of the earth.
All right, Bev, where does the sun go at night?
Away. Just
Okay. Okay. Away where, Bev?
away from
To
your
sleep.
position. Obviously, it's nighttime wherever you are. You're talking about relative position for you. So just away from there.
So not a flat earther says it doesn't set. Got it. Cool.
What? Who says it doesn't set?
You just said it went away from
Yeah, it
your
does.
relative position.
Yeah.
So does it go below the horizon?
Below,
Yeah. Does the sun set?
the sun does set.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Explain what set means to you in your reality.
Set is it's like something you do with a play.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You
So we went to the
set a
thesaurus.
scene.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what set.
Yeah.
to
No,
me.
that's yeah. Okay. So I didn't just set my phone down. That's the only definition.
And you
Classy,
set
Bev.
the scene with your phone on in that position. Yeah.
Classy, Bev. Nicely done. Way to break out the thesaurus. I was waiting to see when we were going to get different definitions, or the dictionary, not the thesaurus.
Okay. Going back to the sun, let me try. Okay, a different.
I've got some good
question.
Fata Morganas, where it goes down and up at the same time.
All right, let me try this, Bev. If it's nighttime where you are, is it daytime for someone else?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is that a thing in your view?
It just is, right? We know it is. Do you have
Just
to
is.
work out the why?
Okay, why do you think that is?
I don't. That's not one of the things I think about.
Understood. All right, moving on to the next question. Bev, when you say you are not a flat earther, do you mean it isn't flat because of topography?
Yeah, I mean, it's not flat because I can measure elevation changes and I know how to measure those elevation changes. Therefore, I know it's not flat. It's quite
Ryan,
simple, really. I say
Bev
this
is
quite a
comparable
lot.
to hip hop hippie. You heard it here first.
Ryan, it sounds like you want to kind of like expound on that a bit.
Well, no,
I'll
it
give
just
you an opportunity.
Bev's not a flat earther. He's a bumpy earther. So Bev is comparable to hip hop hippie. We've broken true new ground here tonight. Now I
Bumpy
feel like
earther.
Yeah.
Bev, would you agree with that term?
Not flat, not a globy, somewhere in the middle.
So,
Somebody,
bumpier.
I'd say that sounds like somebody, it come from somebody who's obsessed about, let's say, their deity. It seems like there's a group of people, like I say, I'm not really that fussed. It does seem like that there are a lot of people that in your camp that are obsessed with that seem to be obsessed with me, saying that I'm not obsessed
You are
with
not
it. I
that
don't
famous.
care about it.
No, it's a trolling technique, and I understand that. When I'm addressing you,
You're trolling me.
No,
that's
I'm
okay.
not.
That's nice of
I'm
you to be
talking about.
honest.
I didn't hear you, Bev. You want to repeat that one for everybody?
I said, like, you just admitted to trolling me.
No, I said you are utilizing a trolling technique.
No,
to
I'm not.
call
I'm being me.
I'm not finished making my point.
Yeah.
You're using a trolling technique by turning it around on me to say that I'm obsessed with something that I'm not obsessed with. Entertainment's not an obsession. It's okay to be a fan of something, Bev. You're a sports fan, are you? You like football? You like movies? Is there something that you enjoy, a hobby? How would you like it if
No.
somebody called that an obsession? You don't like any? Okay. So what do you do in your spare time, Bev? Let's get to know each other.
I do this. I talk to people.
And yet you're the one claiming that I'm obsessed. Got it.
All right, that took a weird turn. All right, let's try the next one. Bev, if all horizontals are parallel, then that also means that all verticals are also parallel. How do you reconcile with the fact that reciprocal zenith angles do not sum to 180 degrees?
Well, reciprocal zenith angles, I've always said, is like an astronomy sort of thing, isn't it? it's not really a surveying thing. They don't use that when they're surveying. So I don't know. I particularly think that's been made up by a group of people just so they can entertain an argument about something. Particularly, that's it. But I mean, triangles always have 180 degrees, right? In reality, that's a fact.
Okay. And let's see.
I'm not going to let that one lay, actually.
Triangles. All right, Bren, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Triangle drawn onto a sphere, the angles are greater than 180 degrees. Yes or no?
You can't draw a triangle on a sphere. Triangles have straight sides.
Would you like me to draw a triangle on a football? Would you like me? How about hexagons that make up a soccer ball? Sorry, football ball. Do you call it whatever you guys call it over there?
Let's just call it
they
soccer.
Exist. Yeah, let's just call it soccer, just for the sake of clarity. If you were to take a Sharpie marker and draw a triangle onto a sphere, that exists in reality.
It's not a triangle, though. Triangles have straight sides.
Triangles have 3 sides, and that's it. They don't. You seem very obsessed with the word straight, Bev.
Yeah, because that's.
Let me ask you a quick question.
This might got a definition of a triangle.
Hang on. This might actually backfire, but let's do this. Let's do this.
Citation.
I have a piece of paper, Bev. Can you see it?
Uh-huh.
Are those straight lines?
Yeah, they look like it.
Okay, how about now?
It looks like you've curved them.
Okay, are they still straight?
No, they're curved. You curved them.
I'm going to let that one lay.
Understood.
Can I just give you a definition?
I will.
This is within Euclid, because I mean, you wanted citations.
Within Euclid, yeah, within Euclid, of course.
Yeah, so rectilinear figures are those which are contained by straight lines. Definition 21. Trilateral figures or triangles by 3 straight lines. That's a triangle definition, Euclidean geometry. Do you have another definition, seeing as that's what you're trying to cite? I mean,
sure. Mm-hmm. You draw a triangle onto a sphere. I mean, those lines are still straight. You're still going from point A to point B to point B to point C to point B back to A. But it's very interesting that you a lot of accuse people of obsessing, and that is your trolling technique, that we're obsessed. But Euclid was 2,300 years ago, right? Give or take. The dates.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Geniuses, wasn't it?
Yeah. So you think that nobody else did any further mathematics or geometry beyond Euclid? It just ended there. We're like, nope, we're good. Everybody go home.
No, everything built from that. That's your foundations. That's
right.
Your
so
basic
they went further.
Building
they went
blocks.
further.
That's your first principles.
Right. So then you have
the elements, as they say.
Yeah. Okay. So Gauss, Dirac, Einstein, Kepler. Mm-hmm. These guys are all not as smart as you. That's not a straw man. I'm legitimately asking.
No. Gauss said about developable surfaces and non-developable surfaces.
Okay. And keep going. You're almost there.
Well, Gauss knew that the surface of a sphere was a non-developable surface, therefore 3D. It's different than a planar surface.
No, because it's not 3D. You keep saying that, and then you accuse me of saying that.
A sphere is
vertical
3D.
Lines of all of. Yes, it is. So draw a triangle on a sphere for me.
You can't.
You're supposed to have your camera on. I would love this. I would love to see this.
There's no straight lines. I can show you where the angles are measured. I wish I could put my camera on, because I've got a model here to show you exactly where the angles are measured between the planar surfaces on the inside of the sphere.
Quick question though, Bev. And just to talk about, because you mentioned your camera again. I've seen some of your YouTube videos that are pulled from Discord.
Jolly good.
You don't have your camera on there. Just something I want.
I do when I go on the whiteboard, of course I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
So it works.
You've seen me on the whiteboard, have you?
It works. Doesn't. Okay.
Well, in my videos, have you seen me on the whiteboard?
I guess it just decides for itself.
Have you seen me on the whiteboard on my videos that I do?
No, because I'm not obsessed. This isn't all I do.
Okay. Well,
So for somebody who's,
I'll just let you
obsessed,
know.
this is all
I
you
do go on the camera on my whiteboard, yes, to explain
Okay.
things.
All right, Nito.
Cool.
I'm
Thanks,
going
Nito Burrito.
to stop it right here and move on to the next question.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Sorry.
Secret G. Please ask Bev the following. If the Earth's topography is... okay, so this is the question. Is the Earth's topography on a flat or curved surface? That's a question for you, Bev.
Say that again.
Is the Earth's topography on a flat or curved surface?
The topography is the topography. I mean, what are you talking about?
No, we're not.
You
asking
can't
what
peel
is
it off.
topography.
I mean, what are you talking about? That's a really ridiculous thing. I know how it's measured, right? It's measured using parallel horizontals, where they measure a vertical change. It's the they have a horizontal plane. You should know this. You do astronomy and stuff, don't you? You have what you call an azimuthal plane, which is like, if you imagine that's X and Y, the 2 dimensions, and then the other axis, the other dimension is the vertical, the Z, which is perpendicular to that XY plane that you've set. You call it the azimuthal, people call it level, other people call it horizontal plane.
Okay, I don't believe that actually answered the question. To be fair to Secret G here, who was the one who answered, who asked the question, I'm going to try this one more time. Is the Earth's topography on a flat surface or a curved surface in your view?
Neither. It just is what it is. When I look at it, I just see the topography. I mean, come on.
So go up higher.
What?
Get a better perspective. Try thinking and see what would happen if you did like what you wanted to go back to the Foucault's pendulum. Let's go back to Mr. Sensible. You go up high enough, you see the curvature of the Earth. Can you comment on that at all?
What do you mean, the curvature of the Earth?
I think
it's really strange. You mean
I think
you mean the land, the Earth,
The land.
Yeah, I mean
the planet.
Oh, right.
You realize you're living on a planet, right?
Yeah, you are talking about Big E then, right? Because when I consider and I hear Earth, I hear like soil, stuff you plant seeds in.
Okay.
And the water is separate to that.
Okay.
To me.
You both exist in reality on the planet Earth, right?
Okay.
So are you denying that there's other planets? Or this is going to go in a weird direction if you're going to deny that.
Well, no, like I said earlier, a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal. So
yeah, it does. Yeah,
it does.
You're talking about the little ball of air, the little bubble of air on a level. Yeah.
No. We're talking about a tube filled with water.
Oh, okay.
A water level.
Yeah. Sure.
Right. So you stretch those out, and one goes from one place, and the other one goes to another place. Now they're both at the same level, the same even altitude.
At your 400 meters, how much further do you think it would need to go before you registered just 1 degree of curvature?
Where would the curvature be if they were both at an even
away.
altitude? Would one of them drop relative to the other?
69 miles away, yeah.
What, you would have at one end of the water level lower?
Yes.
A slope to a water level?
No, the curvature of the Earth.
I'm struggling to understand that. Have you ever dealt with anything practical, like with a level?
Practical? With a level? Yeah, I have. That
Right,
doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter whether I've done it or not. It doesn't matter if I've done it or not.
Hang on. That actually leads us to the next question.
Yeah. Sorry,
somebody by name of Ray. So this actually does lead us to a good question. So Bev and Ryan, I'll ask you both this because it'll highlight a few things. So Ryan, I'll ask you first.
Sure.
Why do ships disappear bottom up and eventually out of sight. As a follow up to that, if you go across Lake Erie to look at the city skyline of Toronto, you'll see that the bottom of the towers are obscured. Same thing for the Chicago skyline. You can see the bottom of the towers obscured, but the top will be poking over the horizon. And also, shameless plug here, the same thing is seen in my Tampa Bay blink test. So,
Yep.
why, in your view, Ryan, does that occur? Why can we see the top of the towers but not the bottom? Why can we see that sailboats disappear bottom up and eventually out of sight? In your view, why does that happen?
From what I understand, that's the curvature of the Earth. And there's an area that I haven't spent too much time aside from listening to the debates and having it explained to me by people that know it better than me. Is refraction, and I know that you have to account for refraction, especially over water, especially under atmospheric conditions, weather, and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it's because it's curving away from us.
Understood. Bev, same question.
Well, it's definitely not because the water level in the distance is lower. And it's definitely not because there's a hump of water in the middle of the two. I would say it's got something to do with the compression, perspective compression, something to do with that. And also with that, what you call a Fata Morgana layer over water anyway. That's what.
So
I'd
your answer would be perspective and atmospheric conditions.
But for what? Why?
For the reason
Why
we can
boats
see
disappear?
bottom up and eventually outside, yes.
Well, they disappear into a band above the water, as I've seen. Like
A band like a rock band?
yeah.
Like sets at a
No,
play.
it's like
it's not fun when it gets done to you.
Like a horizontal layer, right above the horizon, where you might imagine there's a horizon there, but it being an apparent position, you don't really know. And there's a weird place there. I mean, if you've got these cameras, P1000, P900s, or anything like that, and you get a chance to do this, you'll see it for yourself. We've got fantastic footage. My son takes some of the best Fata Morgana sunset footage there is on the internet. We've got quite a few of them now, specialise in them. So yeah, we've got a fair bit of this sort of footage where stuff disappears both down and up in the distance, and it gets inverted as well. Some really strange stuff happens.
All right. As a follow-up to this, I was told to play something, so I will be doing that right the hell now. All right, so let's see. I am now sharing my screen. You all should be able to see it. You know when it pops up. All right,
Yep.
so I have been told just to let that play. What we see here is a tanker ship. As you can see, we cannot see the bottom of said tanker ship, but we see that the tanker ship is indeed there, just not the bottom of it. It appears to be blocked by, water, which obviously is below the ship because the ship is sailing on said water. As I press it forward here, we can see it as it goes on the other side of this block. So there we go. All right, so the question is this. Ryan, can you explain to us what we are seeing in that clip?
That would appear to be the curvature of the Earth. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways to think. Well, it could be this, and well, it could be that, and that's where an open mind, helps from time to time. But then when you have persons who understand it better than you, explain like, well, what's happening here is this, and they have science and math to back them up, then I'll defer to that. But oh, is it waves? No, it doesn't look like waves. Not that much. Not to obscure the bottom of a boat. So when you start talking about distance and refraction, that looks like that there's a curve to the Earth, and then it's dipping away.
All right, Bev, same question.
I don't know, something weird. Looks like it could be a swell that is occurring. I haven't got a clue. It can't be. Definitely not a hump of water.
This debate is
That's
swell.
ridiculous, right? There
So
isn't a hump in the middle of water.
So just to be clear, your theory as to what may be occurring in that video clip is that it could be a swell.
Could be, yeah, could be.
Rogue wave.
Rogue wave. Okay.
No, a swell.
Sounds.
No, this debate's swell. You're right.
Nice.
That was
clicking your pen.
Pretty funny. Okay, cool. All right. I'm going to ask 2 more questions, and then I'm going to go ahead and allow both of you to make a closing statement, and then we will call it a day. I do want to apologize to all of you who did ask a question, but I did not get to ask your question here, mainly because there's only so much brain damage I can tolerate. So let's go ahead and get to the next question. All right, so the next one is going to be, let's see. Bev, can you please explain to us what the law of perspective is?
The law of perspective, not got a clue.
What is perspective in general to you then?
Things get smaller in the distance. Their actual size doesn't change. And that goes for like straight lines as well. Straight lines always stay straight lines.
Does that go for the sun too?
What?
Our sun. The sun. S-U-N, sun.
The light.
Not your sun.
The light in the sky.
No, the size of the sun. You said when something goes further away, it gets smaller.
It's a light in the sky.
Sorry?
It's a light in the sky.
That has a shape. Does it get smaller or larger the further away it goes?
I've never looked at it. I wouldn't encourage people to do that.
Interesting.
It's not a good thing to do.
Interesting.
How about this? If we were to look at the sun through a solar filter, take all the proper precautions, does the sun change in angular size throughout the day?
I wouldn't know. Have you done that?
I have, actually.
Right. Nice. What did you get?
The angular size does not change.
Okay.
But would you agree with those findings?
What do you mean? That you said that I agree that you've just told me that they don't change.
Okay. If I were to observe the sun, which I did, let me just tell you what I did. I had a Nikon P1000 with a solar filter, same zoom level throughout the entire day.
Them, aren't they?
And also, to be clear, I also had it on a telescope mount that did pretty much most of the tracking for me.
Have you ever filmed a Fata Morgana?
I'm talking about the angular size of the sun here, dude. So I post the video that shows that the sun does not change in angular size throughout the day. Would you accept those results?
What did you actually measure the angle between them?
No, I didn't measure the angle.
What was the angle?
I measured it. There's a size, there's a portion of the frame that it takes up, and that portion did not change throughout the day. Would you accept those results?
Well, what was the size of the angle?
I didn't measure the angle. I just told you that.
Oh, well, I can't agree to you saying that the angular size didn't change because you don't know what that angular size was because you never measured the angle. So seems a little bit ridiculous.
Cool. All right, moving on. So,
Nito burrito.
I can only try so hard. So anyway, that reminds me of a song. Tried so hard.
In the end, it doesn't even matter.
In the end, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so Bev, last question. How does triangulation work?
With triangles, the use of, if you know how geometry works, then you will know how triangulation works. You have a position and you can use triangles to be able to position yourself exactly using the length of the side and the angle.
All right, so there's a follow-up to that. So, but do you agree that triangles work just period, that you can triangulate things, correct?
Yeah, because triangles have the sum of two right angles and only that, then you can use them within trigonometry and Pythagorean theorem.
All right, cool. So the question is, why doesn't triangulation work for anything above the Earth unless you assume the Earth is a globe at the correct size? So I believe what they're asking here, just to kind of be clear, like we measure the like you can measure the distance to planets. You can measure the
Can't.
distance to. Wait, you okay? Then that's actually an entirely different question. I'm going to go
Yeah.
ahead and say sorry, whoever asked that question. I'm going to kind of steamroll over it. Do you believe that it is impossible to measure the distance to planets?
Yeah.
All right, why?
Because to measure a distance, you have to actually measure it, and you're after a straight line distance, and you don't have any of that straight line distance. All you have is
Oh my God.
an angle, and as we all know, you can do fuck all with an angle within trigonometry or triangulation.
You can.
Did you not just say that triangulation works?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you
All
have
right,
to have a length of the side, don't you?
so can we not, if triangulation works, then can we use triangulation to measure the distance to planets?
No.
All
I
right.
don't. I don't
Well,
think you can anyway. So
all right,
show us
guys.
the method. Yeah, I'll be up for that.
All right. So Ryan and Bev, thank you so much for being here. This was,
Thank you.
as Jaronism would say, interesting.
Interesting.
I am going to give Ryan and Bev a chance to make a brief closing statement. So Bev, you go first. Go right ahead.
Okay. Well, like I say, thanks for doing this, Reds. This is hopefully the start of more debate like this to come, where we can discuss things and learn from each other, because that's definitely what we do here. The more conversations that we have, the better it is. Whether you're a flat earther, whether you're not a flat earther, whether you are a globe fanatic, whether you're model afflicted, you model afflicted both sides. And there's people that are model afflicted just about the argument that comes around. I will have to note that Ryan has not made an argument in favour of his model tonight at all. Just stated and asked me questions about my understanding, which I've tried to put forward as much as I can in as much clarity. I will have to revise how I'm doing it, because I want to make things clearer when I do talk to people. So hopefully I can learn from this also. And more of these conversations to come, hopefully.
All right. Ryan, go ahead and make your closing statement.
That's a bold declaration right there at the end, Bev, that I didn't make any arguments. I provided 3 pieces of information in my introduction. I hopefully, I know you discounted it because you aren't familiar with those people, and then talked about other YouTube peoples or other people in debates. That interesting that you could have it that way for you, and well, it's not surprising. I guess to sum up, I mean, I'm not going to repeat my 3 pieces of information or evidence that I like to use, or that mean the most to me, to Bev. I'll just point out and kind of let what Bev said kind of speak for itself. It's a matter of, is he a flat earther? Is he not a flat earther? He's accusing us of being, not even us. He's accusing people of being model afflicted, and tries to tamp that with, oh, it happens on both sides. It sounds very similar to a lot of, gaslighting language that somebody who, I don't know. I don't know the point. I honestly thought and again, I do this back to hubris and not having done this before, but I thought we might get new ground tonight. But this was kind of like, having all of the Beastie Boys records and then just getting the greatest hits from Bev. So, I mean, what's been kind of traveled already and what he's done. I mean, that being said, Bev, oh, you'd love to do more debates. Okay, well, it's going to be a matter of hearing you spout the same stuff over and over and over again, and denying what's presented to you because, oh, I don't know that person. I've never heard of Jaronism. All the different things that you say in response to questions that are asked to you directly. You know, at one point during this debate tonight, you were asked where the sun went, and you said, away. I asked what does sunset mean to you? And you talked about a play. If you think that that's cute, or to borrow an English phrase, you think you're being cheeky, cool, awesome. You are a troll. Everybody knows that. It's been said in the chat a couple times, why do people keep debating you? I think this is just another example of your intellectual dishonesty, your attempt to brand Realising Euclid, your attempt to brand, and I incorrectly called it your Discord. It's not your Discord. Thanks for playing the hits. I'm sure a lot of people had a nice stroll down memory lane hearing the stuff again. I thought we could do something, more. But for a person who claims not to be a flat earther, you sure approached providing an argument for the flat earth tonight. So thank you. People will be breaking it down. Smarter people than us.
So with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the show. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brothers and sisters, thank you so much for being here this evening. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and say peace out and bye-bye. And we are out.
Thanks.
All right. We are off, and I'm going to fuck off now. Peace out.
See you later.
Hey, man. Thanks.
They gone. Right, wait a minute. Let me just get back to Discord now. Hey, back in Discord and live. Do you like that? Do you like that?
That was fantastic, Bev.
I tried to not do that, but I delivered a couple of good arguments in there. We got the Black Swan and the Modus Tollens. The two separate arguments. I've separated. Do you like the way I did that? Separated the Black Swan, the all horizontals being parallel, and the Modus Tollens. They're not the same thing anymore. Everybody can see that. This is the future of the argument. Do you like it? And I know they don't, because I've been trying to do that for quite a long time, I think.
I would say that you did very good job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, very concise.
Yeah, you did very well, Bev.
good,
Very, very well. Sorry, people.
Very scientific and concise statements. And this guy just, I would say that he was on the script somehow, because his ad-homs didn't relate to what you said.
Yeah.
Not to mention that he never addressed anything.
Yeah, never addressed any of the points of the arguments, never made an argument. That was good.
Did you see his discomfort almost from the beginning, Bev? Probably a minute or two in, his composure was gone, in my opinion.
He told us about his clicking his pen.
And his hands to his face all the time. You could see him grinding his jaw.
It is hard though, right? I mean, you've got to admit, if that was his first attempt at a debate, hats off to him. He obviously wasn't prepared for it, and Red's rhetoric wasn't prepared for it either. I'm not so sure that was allowed to happen. I don't think Red's rhetoric will get any pats on the back for doing that. Not myself, anyway.
Well, you give him credit for that,
Yeah.
He allowed it to go. Allowed you guys to speak. He didn't interrupt much. He only gave his point of view a few times. I was impressed with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking from his side. I don't think that should have happened, did it?
I know what you're saying. Sure, yeah, he's not going to get any pats on the back for that, for sure.
Yeah.
But still, I think kudos for Reds, because he was a good moderator.
Yeah.
He didn't exceed this position to let's say to argue with you. I would say that this was good moderation. So
Agree.
Well, he did throw a hint or two, some bitterness here, some bigotry there. I mean, neither of them could contain themselves, and I think
Oh, they did
that
all
what's
right. They
happening.
did okay. Like, as far as I've ever
Well,
seen. I mean, they were trying to tag me, right?
yeah,
And I bet they still think that they have, because that's what they always do. They always come out of this trying to tag me. That's all of the missions were, and yeah.
yeah. I think it's just they. I mean, they did well. They behaved well compared to themselves, their past selves.
Yeah.
And I think what's going on here is that they must, like they, as in the opposition, the taggers, if you will, the troll mechanism, they must reassess what they're doing, because the kind of damage control that used to work a couple of years ago doesn't work anymore. It's not as effective. So if they ever hope to get the attention of the random onlooker, let's say, they must now package themselves as some, just your everyday next door ordinary, chef that is not an expert on that kind of stuff. But then you can see how he clenches his jaw, clicks his pen, and his eyes roll because he hates your guts.
He's not prepared for it.
he's-
Like, there's a lot of people that aren't prepared for the amount of work that has actually gone in here. They don't understand the advanced simplicity that has gone on. And the backing to just about everything over the last 4 years. The people that are here and the people that have been involved with it within the conversations that we've had, they've all helped to bring this, which isn't, it's not an old argument. It's just coming from reality, and that's the problem, right? In the past, they've had a chance to dismiss everything because they can point at people and call everybody a flat earther and dismiss an argument. Now, they may not have been fully formed arguments or whatever before, but this time the argument has been formulated specifically to make it as simple as possible, because we've stuck around here for so long talking to people that told us that we don't understand it. So in order to make it so simple, to prove to people that it could be understood by anyone, that's the simplicity of this argument. And it's because it's coming from reality. I don't know whether you've heard it or you heard what I said when I said that in the argument, but I didn't actually say anything about their model, right? It's all implied. It's the reasoning process that goes behind a simple argument. You don't even need to do the end bit. They've done it all themselves, and it'll never go. It's a puzzle that they can't get rid of.
I agree, but I'm talking about something different. I'm saying that, can you see how emotionally invested they are in supporting their belief?
That's their
They're
faith.
furious.
Yeah, their faith is being questioned, and they've got nothing there to support it, and so they're really upset.
And you're also kind of well, in their eyes, you're interfering in the media arena. Like this, he used pretty specialized terms that have to do with psychology and marketing. For a simple chef, that is, right? he used very specialized terms, and he was even envious about your skill regarding social reach via targeted brand naming. That's how he would see it. I'm assuming he was furious about your hashtag model afflicted thing, and I think he's one of your faithful Twitter followers. I don't think you can say anything in social media that doesn't get his attention.
Yeah, there's a group of people that do follow me on everything I say on Twitter, and we know that. We've also said the same about the Discord live chat. Anything you post, anything I post, anything anybody I'm talking to anywhere on the internet will be followed by these sort of people who have a misunderstanding about just about everything that we do here. It's very strange, and I've been saying it for years, and that's what's been driving mostly as to why people are like this.
Am I the only one that caught all these ad homs? I mean, he was your debater, this Ryan character. He was, every second sentence was an ad hom, actually. So that was not nice. I mean, I like the way that you just, nothing stuck on you. But
What about
did everyone?
the reference to the other name? He used the other name when he was calling you by the other name.
Yes, it was the normal tactic. He wanted.
Yeah, but I thought that was a pretty low tactic.
Yes, very low.
Well, because
what is the other name?
There's only my parents that call me that. Like, literally everybody else, everybody calls me Bev. I mean, I've been Bev to everybody other than my parents, even my brothers. So, yeah, that's why I know who it is. There's a certain group of people, McToon and his friends, Geistview, Fight the Flat Earth types, that do. They just like using your real name, right? It's a form of intimidation. So they can know who you are, right? They know where you live, and they know who your family are and what they're doing. That's why they do it. Mainly to let everybody else know that's listening that they will have the same sort of thing done to them. It's signaling, let's say.
It can have the effect of throwing you off your game during the debate. It take you out of your argument if you're bringing up a good point and they threw something like that out there. It's immediately going to have an effect on you because it's out of the blue and it's not done here in this arena. So
yeah, there was literally no point in him doing that.
Oh,
other than because I knew that he'd been told to say that. Somebody was messaging him. I could watch what he was doing. He was reading his screen somewhere. And somebody told him to say that. Now, they'll know that. I know that now. Right? And he knows that somebody told him to say that. And he was the one that ended up looking like the bad guy. Not the person that told him to say it. The puppeteer in the background, right? He now knows that there is a puppeteer that can play him. And he probably got played into going there on the debate. Because Red's Rhetoric couldn't do it. Red's Rhetoric kicked me from a stream. It took that guy to do that debate because Red's Rhetoric couldn't.
I thought this guy would have been a little more skilled. I was surprised.
He was just ignorant on the topic.
In that way.
I don't think he was that ignorant. But rather ignorant, yeah.
It was willful
That's a
ignorance.
Twitter. That's a Twitter globe earther. That's why I came in here, right? Before I came to Discord to talk to people, I'd spent my time on Twitter talking to these group of people. Now, obviously, 160 characters or less doesn't give you much chance to do very much at all within this arena. That's why I had to come in and talk to people. I'd never done this sort of thing before. But because of the crazy stuff that I've already been through, right? All of the stuff that we've actually gone through in this Discord server, which hasn't been broadcast to everybody else out there. We do the live shows, much to the same reason I do the Twitter. It's to get to try and gain as much information I can get out of people. Now, that obviously happens in multiple different ways. These guys call it trolling. I just call it conversing with people, communicating. But they get triggered by it somehow. So if you want to learn it, come into the Discord. There is multitude of things that happens in the background that most people don't get to see. With this argument, I've been through all of the arguments with all of the mathematicians on Twitter, and they're all geniuses, and I had to work out whether these were real people or not. Turns out they're all bullshitters, every one of them. There is no model. There's nothing they can make an argument about. All of the stuff that they talk about, a load of bullshit. And it can normally be exposed quite easily by going back to the fundamentals of things, which is what we do. We make it as simple as possible. You start at the beginning, then you can do it yourself. It's not something that should be hidden. It's not something that's hidden within complexity. This is simplicity at the base of everything. First principles.
Like, for example, the plumb bob being a Foucault's pendulum, because it is. I mean, that's what it is, right? Foucault's pendulum is just a fancy name for.
It's a plumb bob with a motor at the top to keep it swinging.
Yes, that's why I posted that. This is for me ridiculous.
Did you like that?
To set up or to attach motor to keep it swinging, and then we can prove
motion
if it is in motion or not. For me, that's just sanity check.
Good. I hope to surprise that one on you right tonight, because I knew they'd do that, and that's why I put with no motion a plumb bob. It proves no motion at the beginning. Boom, get it in there.
Yes, and so they brought it up, but they.
I especially like that one.
Yeah,
especially, yeah.
You can use that one. Feel free to use that one anywhere else, because it is literally
you forgot
a
my
fallacy.
Meme? You forgot my meme about that?
Yeah.
You forgot my A and P, whatever. I did that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was good.
But they breezed over it, right? Like the thing that we've been talking about just recently, this is what we were testing. That once you show them something that's so obvious, they have to just breeze past it as though it never happened. Like, let's just forget about that. Like when he asked me what's model affliction, I told him, and they went, okay, let's get rid of that. What's the realizing Euclid?
My chair when I heard that.
He asked me all of the questions. That was brilliant. All of the questions, so I could reply with the answer. And as soon as I replied with it, Reds went, well, let's go past that. Let's not address that. Let's not even think about what he said. Forget about it.
Moving on.
Yeah.
But still,
But
it was
notice some questions from the audience. The super chats he asked you 4 or 5 times. When have you heard a super chat asked, answered, then asked again, answered, then asked again? When have you ever heard that? What a moderator. He asked you, perhaps you didn't hear the question correctly. Really?
but
Yeah.
still, it was
No,
live. So these answers went out, and
Yeah.
people heard. So that's why it is fruitful, I think, because you were not shut down by over talking. So you could just answer questions and show people that you are a concise man, and you can answer concisely any question.
Good.
So
Hasn't the
very
trivium
good.
worked well? Look
Yes.
what this does to you. Coming in here, talking to people, and learning the basics about things. It is fantastic. That was all. I did write a few notes when he was talking, you know, just to keep my eye on what he was talking about, so I didn't forget about it. But yeah, that's all because of the people in this Discord server and are learning together about the trivium. Particular thanks to Raven. So much thanks for bringing the trivium. Not for just bringing it, but bringing it and helping us to start with the learning of it. Showed us how much it was worthwhile. Come and join us into the Discord anytime. They like to make out that we're horrible people, but literally we're not. We do this and more when we're not live. We've got, in fact, there is some ultra fascinating things that we go into, but it's sort of into a little bit more depth and a follow on from this. We are going to be going into them a bit, but we have to make sure that we start with the fundamentals. I think it's pretty clear now that we can explain what our fundamentals are and how we can interpret these tests into reality. This is just the argumentation phase. There is a practical part to go alongside it to, you know, help us prove our proofs within our logical statements. To become proofs need to be proved and applied in reality to go along with it, to have the same results to go along with it. Then we can be absolutely certain, like I said, tonight with the Realising Euclid test, which I'm so glad that they tried to give me that. How well did I do in the explanation of the Realising Euclid test? Because I knew I didn't have long. Was that okay?
Yeah, you did fairly good. Yeah, you didn't have much time.
It was good, but I think that many people could not understand that, because in fact you will need to explain to other people. You will need really camera,
Yeah,
to show, because without showing, I think imagination couldn't work well in many people's heads.
He didn't understand shit because he was saying that a level could be on a tilt. A water level.
yeah, he did. He's never even considered it. This is what amazes me, right? We've been here over this amount of time, and obviously the globe machine has kept us hidden. Right, and then they've sent people like Brenda and Rumpus and all of that to keep us entertained, to keep telling everybody that we don't understand things and we don't understand geometry. But what they've never done is They've never explained it to the other globers, right? Globers never talk to globers about their model because there are contradictions, particularly around the water level. And that's why we know this is a killer argument. Once you start with it, you can't get rid of it. It's either a drop or there's a hump, but then there has to be both. The one thing
I
that they
heard you say
cannot
that.
have is the horizontal.
Damn it! They didn't go. They didn't bite. I was
No,
saying,
no,
oh,
you can't.
nice. He mentioned.
They just bypassed it, right? As soon as I'd said it, they just chuck a veil over that. And I think this is where my mind's going anyway, right? There are people claim to be wizards. Well, this is how you do it. You can literally have an argument that they can't see. It's as though it disappears the moment you say it.
Yeah, I had my hopes. I go, oh, nice. He said drop, hump. No takers, of course.
Literally can't address it. It has to be one or the other. And the one thing it can't be is the thing that it is in reality. And that's a massive problem. Massive.
That is definitely an Achilles heel. Definitely.
Then when they brought up those videos with the tanker ships, it always drives me nuts. And they want you to explain, what's going on with the other ship. The guy says it's over the curve, but yet the ship is would be perpendicular to a horizontal. It's not.
It's how much of the ship is missing.
Yeah.
Because if what you see in there, if there is no drop, it's my kettle, new kettle. If there's no drop, then it must be a hump, and therefore the boat in front of you must be higher than you, which is ridiculous.
It's like they're going through locks or something, but they're not going over curves.
Well,
they have a constant curve.
This is where I'm going with this because, coincidences, Logos. My son is at college now wanting to be a photographer. And I'm wanting him to do particularly a study of distance things because he's done the Fata Morganas. If you're going to have some sort of a thing, then looking at the stuff in the distance would show that there's something going on, right? Now, I would say this. He shows the boat down. Well, we've got Fata Morganas that shows the sun both going down and up into a band that's higher than you would normally expect. So there's obviously something in the distance that needs looking at by some sort of means of whatever.
But
and
still,
go on.
If I may interject, because there is a good film on flatsoids. He is bringing some guy, photographer, who is photographing his daughter. And in the background is some ruins of some church or building or whatever. And he's showing how this church in the background is dropping and getting smaller just using a different focal length. So this footage that
say that again, please. Sorry, say that again, please. I lost some words.
I am saying that this guy, this photographer, showed that the footage or picture can be looking differently. He was picturing his daughter, and his daughter was always like 75% of the frame. So her size was not changing in the picture, but by changing focal length and distance, sometimes he was changing distance and sometimes he was not, but changing focal points on focal point only. He was changing size of the background. So when he was using different focal points, he was changing size and visual drop of the things in the background.
You're talking about depth of field.
Yes, and that's why I recommend to see that film. Maybe it is somewhere else. I found it on Flatsoid because he is talking about that. But this is very good example. So to have some grasp what's going on with photography, because this is not that simple. That you see something in the picture and it is it can be self-explained. No, it has to be known what focal length was used there, what was the distance between objects, between object and photographer, and focal length, because it matters. It changes picture, literally
What
changes
also
picture.
what also matters is the there is one more ratio to be taken into account, and that's the ratio of the physical size of the lens used compared to the other things you said.
Yes, because if you have long focal point, your this incoming let's say rays are more parallel than if you are using close close focal length. That's why in one picture this church behind this girl is bigger, and when he is using long focal point, this church is looking not smaller, so to speak. So it has to be taken into consideration. Just I recommend to see that film, to see what's going on, because I cannot explain it with words. It's better to see what's going on. But I also can explain this sun, why it is not changing angular size. It shouldn't. All flat earthers avoid this topic because they think that would be flat earth killer, that sun should change angular size. No, it shouldn't. But I can
That's what I was talking about. Like I just got around it because I didn't want to get into that, because that's something that we should talk about, right? It doesn't need to be talked about there, but we should talk about that. Yeah.
Yes, because it has to be explained. I would say geometrically, because it can be.
What will be your grounds though? Because it's the sun is unreachable. It's light on the sky. Nobody can take a spoonful of sun and
no, I can explain,
or make a scene, right? So
wait, I can explain that if the sun is physical object, like light bulb in the sky, physical object, then it shouldn't change angular size, even if it is going away. And I can explain that. And I did that on Red's Rhetoric in 2016. I tried to do that. I had a very large presentation, but I changed computer meanwhile, and I lost, as NASA says, I lost technology. So I have to make it anew, maybe with better explanations and better syllogisms. But I will do that. And if you are interested to resolve that problem, this conundrum, flat Earth conundrum, why sun is not changing, and the flat earthers avoid that topic because they think that it would kill their position. No, it wouldn't.
It does.
But yeah,
Absolutely not.
Brenda's the flat earther now, though. Brenda's coming in from the flat earth side, obviously.
Obviously not.
and it's I would say that it's the sun is the apparent sun, and it
How do you
has
think your boy
an
did,
apparent
Brenda?
position. Say again.
I'm asking Brenda how
Oh.
Ryan did. Did you watch it, Brenda?
I saw the last part of it.
No, you didn't see the beginning, the opening. I thought I did a really good
No.
opening.
I did not see
You
your
should
opening.
you should watch that. I mean, you being the experienced debater, you should particularly watch that, because I think that's a new type of debate. I don't think it's ever been allowed to have happened like that before. I think Reds done himself proud. I think he did really well, Reds.
Sure. You made a complete fool of yourself, Bev.
You didn't watch it, Brenda? You haven't?
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, so you did watch it all then?
So
Not
just,
all of
you
it.
just lied
Not
to
all
us.
of it.
Oh.
Not all of it. I saw a good chunk of it. Maybe
You
three
said you
quarters.
watched the end before, so you're lying again. You're first come in to insult and lie. Way to go, Brenda.
No, I didn't say I saw
Typical.
the end.
That's what we expect anyway. Yeah, Brenda.
No,
So
that's-
carry on.
that's the lie.
Carry on
That's the lie.
lying about stuff for us, Brenda.
No, I didn't lie. I saw the last maybe three quarters of it.
The last 3 quarters.
Did everybody hear that? The last 3 quarters. My
The
God,
last 95% of it.
that is special,
Yeah.
Brenda.
What's the argument?
I just
What's
missed-
the argument for why the sun's not changing in angular size refutes the globe?
I don't know.
Refutes the
argument?
flat Earth.
What argument, Brenda?
What argument?
Yeah.
What's the argument?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you tell us what's the argument that you're talking about?
The claim is made that the sun not changing in apparent size does not refute the flat Earth, and I'd like to know what that argument is.
Yes, but not tonight.
Yeah,
Not tonight.
Paper did just say, like, we need to work on our syllogisms in order to make it done properly, because this has only just been given to us tonight, Brenda, as a challenge, which we like that challenge, and we will come up with them.
If the sun was rotating above the flat plane of the Earth, it would change. It would change in angular size. It doesn't.
Sorry,
change-
Yeah, we'll do it at some other time.
the what?
It's not the time for you to be doing this, Brenda. Really.
The premise is false. It
So
shouldn't
you can't.
change.
So you can't back up your claim. You can't back up your claim.
I can.
No,
I
you
can.
can't. You
I
can't.
can, and I did.
Go ahead. Go ahead and do
I
it.
did, but it was a long presentation, so I have to make a new presentation of that, because
Why
it's-
wouldn't the sun?
How
Changing
how
angular
do
size.
you think Ryan did, Brenda? Do you think you've got a bit of a challenge there? Because is he going to step into the debate scene now? Is there a space for him for Globe
I
Defense
don't know.
Team? Will you accept him?
Yeah, I don't know.
Of
so
what he did
the point
tonight.
is, Yeah, I don't
What do you
know.
think?
I don't care. So the point is,
That's what
is
I'm
that
asking you though,
the
because I've
sun-
just done a debate, Brenda,
yeah, I don't
and
care.
we're not really bothered about the light in the sky. It was
It's
a bit
not
of
a
a
light.
silly.
It's an orb.
It's not an orb.
An orb.
That's a bit of a claim, is it? Is
Yeah.
that a claim by
Is that a
you, Brenda?
Is that a claim?
Well, it does sound
Is
like
it-
you said it
is
is something. That sounds
Yeah.
like that's what I
Yeah,
would
The
say.
sun,
An
the sun
orb.
is an orb.
Hmm.
An
Yeah,
orb.
it is.
Wow.
Is it in? Really? How can
Kinda
you
like
tell?
those swamp orbs they think are UFOs, like that.
The orb was like an indie music band, Little Fluffy Clouds. Woo. that was the orb.
But Brenda, don't worry. I will treat that object as physical object. And then still I will refute both claims, because one claim is that sun should change angular size, and I will refute that. And the second claim, repeated, for example, lately by Red's rhetoric, that sun shouldn't set, because
That's right.
yes. So I will refute both.
Well,
Okay.
Have you
On a
ever, Paper? Have you ever seen Spot On's Loft?
right. So
No.
neither of
Oh
those.
well, are you in for a treat? We can. We've been hanging on to this for quite a while. It's
So the sun-
fascinating
The
stuff.
sun is a
Did you
globe.
say that the sun? Did you say that the sun shouldn't set?
That's correct. On a flat Earth, the sun should not set.
Because you're the flat Earth
And
expert.
how are we gonna?
Brenda's the
how are we
flat Earth
gonna have-
expert. That's what I said. Brenda's going to come
How are we
in
gonna have-
and be
I
the
can't
flat
hear what he-
Earther.
But Bev, try to be polite to your guests. I can't hear what he's saying.
So I will refute.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about I can't really science that. I didn't hear what he said.
You can't science that.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I can't science. How? Why do you think the sun shouldn't set? I mean, how are we gonna have nighttime if the sun doesn't set?
That would be my point. But that is the claim of flat earthers. The sun is above the disk of the earth. Therefore, the sun should never
is.
set.
Why are
The
you
sun-
so obsessed with flat Earthers, Brenda? I mean, why bring that in here?
Is the? I mean, first you say that the sun is an orb, and now you say that the Earth is a disk. I'm a little bit
No,
lost here.
I didn't say the earth is a disk. I didn't say that.
You just said that.
Okay.
No, that's a
But-
lie.
but
I
you
didn't
said
say
the
that.
sun- you
They've
said that the
quoted
sun is an
you.
orb?
They've quoted you both on YouTube and in the Discord, just to make it short and clear.
I said according to flat Earth, according to their
Flat
model.
Earth. What model is that? I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
So according to them, if the Earth
them
is flat,
as an entire group.
Who's-
Did they all
who's
get
them?
Like I never saw this. And you speak
Sorry,
for
but I
them,
don't-
dear.
I
Are
don't-
you one of them? That's what I said.
I don't want to talk about other people and them. I find it boring. I find more interesting what you said about the sun. You said the sun is an orb. Can you expand on that?
yeah, that just means that it's roughly spherical. It's a globe.
Roughly spherical.
It's a globe.
Roughly.
A globe.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
So
bulges
how do
a
you know
bit-
that?
It bulges a little bit at the
Sounds
equator.
very mathematical.
I know.
I don't
It's
see
a
it.
globe.
I don't-
A globe.
No,
But I don't,
we
but I
were
don't
talking,
see it. I don't see it bulging. Hello. I don't see it bulging. How do you explain that? Why don't I see it bulging? I don't see it bulging.
Because your eyes aren't very good at measuring things. That's why.
My eyes
No,
are
but-
very good at measuring things.
But
No, they're not.
we were talking
Yes, they
about
are.
the sun.
No, they're
You
not.
said that the sun is
Yes,
orb
they-
with the bulge on the equator. Sun?
Yeah, I don't see any bulge of the sun.
Yeah, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it isn't there.
Oh, you mean like God and the Bible and stuff? Just because
No.
I don't see God, it doesn't mean He's not
No,
there.
that's not. It's not just like that. No,
Just like
How is it then?
just like that.
How is it
it's that
different?
it's that your eyes are not good at measuring things. That's why.
My eyes can tell a bulge if there is a bulge.
Can they?
and I don't see any bulge on the sun.
Yeah, that's not true. Your eyes, there are things that your eyes can't see.
No, it is true. I'm telling you, I
No,
do
it's
not
false.
see a bulge. I do not see a bulge at the sun. This is the truth that I'm speaking now. If I was seeing a bulge at the sun, I would say I see a bulge at the sun. I wouldn't say I don't see a bulge at the sun, because that would not be the truth.
The sun is measurably thicker at the equator.
Measurably, how do you measure this? Hello? 1, 2, sound check.
What? You
How
measure
How do
it.
you measure
measurable?
this?
You
Yeah.
measure it.
How do you measure it? How?
You get a ruler out and you'd measure the image.
The image? What image?
On the picture. So you
Of the
get a
sun.
ruler and put it on the picture.
Yeah.
On what picture? I thought we were talking about the sun. I can see it every day. Why would I get a ruler on the picture? This doesn't make sense. Please
Ranty and
explain what you
Ruhif
mean.
have taught her how to do that, right? Put rulers on pictures. That's how you measure stuff, isn't it?
No.
Isn't that how you measure things, with rulers?
Yeah, but not on pictures, unless I want to measure a picture
Why?
to put it on a frame. If I want to measure the dimensions of a picture so I can make a frame that fits the picture, then yes, I'm going to use a ruler on a picture. But I don't see why else would I use a ruler on a picture.
Are you saying you
I don't
can't
get it.
measure? Are you saying you can't measure the objects that are inside of the picture?
No, I'm saying that I'm asking you to tell me how to measure the sun, because you said you measure it. You measure the bulge. Remember? That's what you said. So I'm asking
Yeah.
how. And you haven't told me. You said something
I
about the
told
ruler
you.
and the
I
picture.
told you with a ruler. With a ruler.
Okay, so how do I measure the sun with a ruler? What does the picture have to do with it? I don't get it.
First, you would probably get a image, some way,
Yes.
like a photograph or a projection,
Yes.
and then you get a
Of
ruler
the sun.
and you measure it.
Yeah. So how do I do that?
Any way you want, right?
But it burns the picture. If I take a picture of the sun with a camera, it will burn the
No, it
picture.
doesn't.
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No,
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It
No,
glares.
it doesn't. It obviously doesn't.
Obviously, where's the obvious? I mean, whenever I use my camera to take a picture of the sun, everything is washed out. I can't see anything. It's just the glaze.
No, not if you take the photograph properly, right? There's hundreds of
How is-
photographs of the sun.
How do I take?
Haven't you ever seen a photograph of the sun?
How do I do this? How do I take a proper photograph of the sun that doesn't glare?
Oh, I don't know. However you want, right? Whatever gets you the good
But
results.
if you don't know, then how do you know that the sun has a bulge? And you said that it is an orb that
Because you
has
can
a
measure
bulge.
it, because you can measure it, and it's not a perfect circle. It bulges slightly at the equator.
You are the only one who says that. I've never seen the sun bulge. Has anyone here in this? Has anyone? Any of you? Any of the other people?
Is Brenda saying the
Not
sun
me.
bulges at the
I
equator?
think so. Bulgy orbs. Orbs with bulges.
Yeah.
Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying,
she
Brenda?
said-
That the sun bulges?
Yeah, she says two things.
Let Brenda answer.
But she also says it's an orb, and then it's the orb.
The
that,
orb I heard. The orb
Bulgy
I heard. But
orbs.
Brenda, are
Can't
you
get
saying
'em
that
out
the
of-
sun bulges?
On the mind. Bulgy orbs.
Just let me know when you tards are done.
No, I'm gonna ask you a question one more time. Maybe you didn't hear me correctly. Are you saying, Brenda, that the sun bulges at the equator?
Yes, the sun is thicker at the equator
Thicker.
than it is at the other solar latitudes.
So it
Yes.
has
Thicker.
a larger
Wow.
girth.
Like a pear shaped, like Tyson says.
No, not like a pear.
So exactly at the
Maybe-
equator. Okay, I just want to get it clear. All right.
Maybe Brenda
The
is
reason,
right
the reason
because
is because it
wait.
spins. It spins. And so
Maybe-
it bulges out a little bit at the center because it is spinning. Which
how
we
do
can
you
measure.
know the sun is spinning? You
can
haven't
see it.
clarified that part. How
You can see it.
how can you tell that it's an orb that is spinning?
You can see it.
Why, when I look at it, I only see a disc? I see a circle. I don't
Oh,
see an orb that is spinning. Why is that?
because our eyes aren't the only things that we can use to investigate the sun. That's why.
So I can use my ears to see the sun?
Right. So you're just being a sea lion. This is called sea lioning.
What?
All right.
Going,
What else can I use to see
throw
the
him a
sun?
kipper. Throw him a kipper.
You haven't answered. How do you know that the sun is an orb and that it spins?
It spins because you can watch it rotate. It's an orb because an orb simply means something that is roughly spherical or globular in shape.
Why do I see it as a disc then?
You don't.
I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do, and so do you.
No, that's false because we can see the surface features of the sun. You can see the
Who is
sunspots
we?
and the
Who is
other
we?
and the other surface features of the sun, and you can watch it rotate. You can watch it.
Sometimes it has one or two dark spots that I can see with my camera. That's all it has. Doesn't have any features, as you say.
Doesn't that burn out your
What
camera?
features are you talking about?
Previously, you said that burns out your camera, that you can't look at the sun.
I said that the photo is burned and the camera glares.
Yeah. So how did you see the spots?
I use the dark fumed glass and I put it between the sun and the lens of the camera.
Oh, you mean did you use a solar filter? Is that what you used?
No, I used a fumed glass. I took a piece of glass, I fumed it over a candle that was lit, and then I put this in front, in between
You
the
think you
sun
could use
and the
a solar
camera.
filter? The solar filters are relatively cheap. You think you could get one?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a solar filter is.
Correct.
Well, maybe you should find out.
Explain,
Investigate that.
Brenda. Go on, here's your chance. Here's your big chance. You know all about this sort of stuff. Which one do you use? What?
Well, I don't own a camera.
Oh.
Well,
So
except
you're
for
speaking from ignorance then. I like it.
No,
I
I'm not
like
speaking
your style, Brenda.
not speaking from
Let
ignorance.
let
I'm just
everybody
showing-
know.
I'm just showing what a piece of shit I can't really science that is. And there we go right there. Bev
I
has
think
Did you
you
say
just
solar filter,
dropped
Brenda?
into.
Did you say,
Yeah.
Brenda?
yeah,
Did you say
SE
solar?
Montreal has is that a solar filter there, SE?
I happen to have one. Yeah. Can you please show me
Yeah.
the bulge here?
And the orb.
Can you, Brenda?
part.
Can you point to me where the bulge is at the equator?
And the direction of
We
spin.
need to
Yeah.
yeah. So people measure the bulge of the equator of the sun, and when it has sunspots, you can watch it rotate.
Or you can watch the sunspots move.
Yes,
No,
correct.
They move on the sun.
They just move. Right?
rotate.
Let's
No,
just,
the sun
just
just
go
rotates.
with
Question I
what
asked
we
her,
can
notice-
see. They move.
Notice she's not answering the question that I asked. We can get to the
course.
sunspots after, but can you show me the bulge in the picture, Brenda?
It's too small.
Point to me where the bulge is.
It's too small.
It's too small, huh?
Yeah.
How
Only a
small?
I
little
could
bulge.
How
swear it
small?
looks like a perfect disc to me. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know.
How small is it? You said it's too small. Quantify that. If you get the ratio of the small diameter, and
the
then
angle,
you put
the angles.
put it
What?
over the
How much is
large
the
diameter.
change of the angle from the maximum to the minimum, Brenda? Because I'm pretty sure that Ruhif will have taught you, obviously, how to place a ruler and imagine the angle from the opposite side, because this is Ruhif's mathematical globe geometry. He's passed that on, surely, because Ruhif has been the originator of this. We call it the opposite side angle, demonstrated by Ranti putting a ruler on a picture and then imagining the angle. It can only be done when you have surveying tools and stadia lines with the ruler, which is what we've been doing, showing me holding the measuring staff. When you're actually within the equipment, you can't just put a ruler on a picture and imagine that there's an angle generated from it. Ridiculous, isn't it, Brenda?
Why can't you do that?
Because you can't. Ruhif's made that up. It's
So
great
because
that
you
he's
can't.
told you how to do it, right?
So you can't do it because you can't.
Yeah, it's impossible. Like, it's ridiculous to imagine that you can imagine the other side of a triangle and then measure something and predict the
talking about
angle from
triangles.
the fucking observer. It's
We're
ridiculous.
not talking about triangles.
What are you talking about
What are
then?
you talking about? You don't remember?
You're talking about looking at the angle size of the light in the sky to tell the difference between the maximum where the bulge is and the minimum
Yeah,
where the
it's-
bulge isn't.
It's very, very small. It's very
Yeah,
small.
how would you quantify that?
How would I quantify what? The angular size?
There you go.
Yeah.
In
Difference.
degrees.
Difference.
How small
Oh,
is
but-
it?
How small is what? The sun?
Arc seconds.
No.
2 arc seconds difference.
So you said that it bulges. That means that it's not a circle. That means that it's an oval. So it has a bigger radius and
Yeah.
a smaller radius. Yeah. Right? So
Yeah.
so what's the difference between those two radii?
About 6 miles.
6 miles?
6 miles along, like
With the
what
ruler,
what
Brenda,
the size
come
of
on.
the sun.
Not a ruler, surely. Okay, I won't call you Shirley.
This is Ruhif's taught you this, hasn't he? I saw it with the Blackpool thing with Ranti. Him there, stood there with a ruler, talking about stuff. This is Ruhif. I've done a video about it, letting everybody know who is the originator of this fantastic
So
new globe maths.
what is the diameter of the sun in miles then on the bulge part?
Yeah,
Hello,
what we need to
Sanjay?
know is how much of a bulge, because I asked you, you said we can't see it. Now, how do we know it's there then, Brenda?
Because you can measure it.
With what?
How?
I just told you.
You said with a ruler. If I put a ruler
Yeah.
there, it looks like a perfect circle to me.
But it's
With
not.
my solar filter. Doesn't it look
There's no-
perfectly round to you? Brenda, be honest.
But it's not. That's the
It-
point.
So you
Well,
said
okay.
you said it's 6 miles, didn't
So
you? You said
so
it's 6 miles.
6 miles.
Can you-
Yes.
I would say
6
it
miles,
depends
all right.
where are you looking, because on Discord it is perfect circle, but on YouTube, on my screen, it is slightly flattened because of resolution of the image of the YouTube. So be careful with what you are looking at and where.
So the difference between the diameter at the equator and the diameter through the poles is 6 miles or 10 kilometers.
You just made that up.
And how much is the diameter of the whole sun?
The whole sun.
Yeah.
It's 1.3.
Depends how big your ruler is, doesn't it? How big your picture is. Depends on the scale.
Can I talk now? Can I talk now?
How big is your ruler for measuring the sun for 6 miles?
That doesn't make any sense, Bev.
What scale?
So how many millions of miles has sun diameter?
The diameter of the sun is
Yes,
approximately.
mile. Yes.
Yeah. Can I speak now? Can I speak? Just let me
Yeah,
know
yeah,
when
go
I can
ahead.
talk.
Yeah, now.
Well, every time I try to talk, you keep interrupting
You
me.
are talking there.
No, but when I try to talk,
So
you
try
interrupt.
and do the actual talking that you want to do rather than the moaning about the talking that you want to
I
do.
did,
Like, just
and
get to that.
I did, and you interrupted. So it's 864,938 miles.
So 800,000, and you can measure 8 kilometers from that. So how? What
10.
about person?
10. Is it got bigger?
Okay, 10.
No,
Even 10.
it's not bigger. It's the same size.
It was 6 before, though. It just moved.
No,
to
that
10.
was miles. The miles and kilometers are different measuring systems.
So
Bev.
what?
Okay, cool. So I have a question. So how many times can you fit 6 miles in 864,938 miles?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you want to know?
I don't care. It's irrelevant to what we're talking about. The point is that the sun is not a perfect
no, it's
sphere.
not. No, it's not, because I can
It's
make an
not
argument
relevant.
out of it.
It's not relevant. The argument is
It
that
is.
the
It is.
sun's apparent size, right?
Yes.
Should diminish if the earth is flat. It doesn't, so the earth isn't flat.
You said that the sun is an orb that bulges in the middle, correct?
Yes. 6 miles.
All right. 6 miles. So it bulges by a factor of 1 over 144,156.3.
Okay.
Correct?
If you've
And
done the math
if
correct,
you-
then
if
that's
you-
correct. Yeah.
And if you use the solar filter that you may borrow from someone because you said you don't have one,
Of a
and
camera.
obtain a photograph of the sun with a camera, and then you watch that photograph on your computer screen, and then you can take a ruler. Can you tell one part out of 144,156.3 parts difference?
There are other
On a
ways
computer.
There's other ways of measuring things, you know.
Like what?
You cannot say
You
because it
use
is
a solar observatory. You project this disk of the sun onto a large surface and you measure it.
How large?
I don't know. It's not important.
resolution.
So you're not
Mm.
sure. So you're not sure that the sun has a bulge because you haven't seen it yourself. Is
No,
that what you're saying?
No, that would be the genetic fallacy. Yeah.
No.
So
Brenda,
do you own a solar observatory?
No.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you are arguing that the sun is an orb that bulges 6 miles in the middle is based on, dare I say it, faith?
No.
Why?
It's based on objective measurements that have been peer reviewed and submitted to and submitted for publication. So it's based on the work of other people.
They have been submitted or have they been published?
It's all the time. It's been published a long time. People have been measuring the size of the sun for a long time, probably centuries.
So would you feel comfortable bringing one of those publications, as you call them, over here so we can discuss it? You can present it and
No,
defend
I
it.
don't. No, I don't have to do your footwork for you, right? You do your
So
due diligence for trivial, ordinary facts. I'm not required to provide the source for every single trivial fact, right? So the argument is still that if the Earth is flat and the sun revolves above it, then the sun's angular size will diminish and increase as it recedes and approaches the observer. It does not do that. So therefore, it can't be the case that the sun is revolving above the flat Earth. That's the argument. The size has nothing to do with it. This is all a red herring on your part.
This is argument, but I say that the size shouldn't diminish.
Why?
Because of law of perspective.
No, perspective is why it should increase and decrease.
Yes, and I say that it is otherwise. It is just opposite.
Why?
I cannot explain this. And
then
maybe I can in one sentence. I can
right.
show that. I will show that. I will show that.
Why would something get smaller as it gets closer to you?
Because generally, if objects, all objects, not only the sun, all objects are so close to be parallel, this rays incoming to your eye or lens are incoming as parallel or nearly parallel, it is below resolution, it will not diminish. And by the way, this calculation.
That's not how anything works.
No, because the sun or other object is bigger than your lens. So the falsity of this calculation is based on assumption that every object with distance should diminish to the point, and this is false.
Actually, that's just simple
no,
geometry.
That's why I will show
Absolutely.
that. That's why I have to show that.
You're going to refute. You're going to refute Euclid?
No, absolutely not.
That's what you're saying.
No, absolutely.
You're saying that
I will use Euclid to prove my point.
You're saying absolutely. that the angle of the arc subtended by the eye, as it looks at an object, is going to decrease the closer it gets to you. That's refuting Euclid right there.
No, it isn't. And
yes,
I will show that. No.
Yes.
What is why objects are getting smaller with distance? What the mechanism?
Because the angle of the arc subtended, the angle of the arc that's subtended gets smaller as things recede in the distance. That's why they appear smaller.
Because the image in your retina or matrix of the camera is
because
getting smaller, and it is getting smaller because the focal points is going further from the lens. That's why. So
no, it's because
you can create that effect. That's why I was talking about this film on Flatsoid channel, because you can change within camera, within lens, or your eye. Your eye is doing that by changing shape. Is making
it doesn't change. It doesn't change the physical characteristics of what's going on. The angle subtended by the object as it recedes from you gets smaller and smaller.
Yes,
that's a physical characteristic that has nothing to do with the lens.
Not to the point. Not to the point.
It has nothing to do with the lens paper.
Yes, because the object, which is larger than length, has to go to parallel lines only.
Not the lines from the sun. The rays from the sun aren't parallel. What are you talking about?
So you are proving my point. So if you
No, you just
if
said that they
raised-
had to be parallel.
Okay,
You just said that
Brenda,
they had to be
wait,
parallel.
wait.
I said they, just a minute,
That's-
just a minute, just a minute. You said they had to be parallel. I said they weren't. And then you claimed, oh, that proves my point.
No.
That's nonsense. That's
If
gibberish.
you say that the light from the sun is coming parallel,
It's not.
it's not. Now you are saying this is not. So you
Right.
are
It's not.
arguing against your model, globe model.
No, I'm not
because-
arguing against my model.
Yes,
No.
you are.
You don't know the model. Like all flat
I know.
earthers, you don't know the model.
You
I
have.
can
Sorry to
dispute-
interrupt. Do you have a model? You mentioned a model. Can you show this model?
You don't know what a
I'm
model
confused.
is? You don't know what a model
I know
is.
I know what a model is. I don't know
No, I
what
don't
your
think you
model
do.
is.
I don't think you do.
Yeah? Then tell me, what is your model?
Oh, that the Earth is a oblong ellipsoid. It's an ellipsoid,
Ob-
right?
Are
It's
you
an
asking me?
ellipsoid. It's an ellipsoid, right? It's not perfectly spherical, but it is very close.
All right, I am off to bed. Thank you very much. Good
Yeah.
night.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
See you.
Try to come up with something that makes any kind of sense.
Yeah, go on. Tell me more about your model.
I just gave it to you. The Earth is a sphere, basically.
Yeah,
And
but
it's
you
very
also
deep.
mentioned the sun. There is the sun, there is stars, there is
No, you want the
oceans.
heliocentric. You want the
there's moon.
heliocentric model. Is that what you want?
No,
Or
no,
the-
I
or
want
the
your
globe
model.
Earth-
You said
Which
you
model
said-
do you want? The heliocentric model or the globe Earth model?
yours.
No, but which one?
But I don't know, you've got more than one?
Yes. What the fuck is
So
wrong
which
with
one
you?
is true?
Multiple models.
Of course.
Which one is true? Wait a second, because I'm not sure I communicated this good enough to you. So you mentioned that you have a model, and I'm asking you to tell me what your model is, and then you're asking me back
No.
which one. So
Yes,
how
because you-
many models do you have? And now you
I-
said you have more than one. So
I
which
asked
one
which-
is it?
I asked which one because the questions you asked seemed to indicate that you thought that there was, you didn't understand, right? So the model for the Earth is that the Earth is approximately spherical in shape, but it bulges in certain ways. It deviates from spherical in certain ways that have been measured and described and put down, right? WGS 85. There's a number of other, that's the model for the shape of the Earth. For this, that could be true, even if the heliocentric model was not true. It's logically possible, right, that the Earth is the center of the universe and the sun revolves around it. But the
Logically possible.
yeah, you don't know what logic is. You don't know anything about it. You've been studying it for 2 years and you haven't got a fucking clue.
Well, I thought normally you have
So
to
did you
start
say
with a predicate of
WG?
something.
Right? And so the heliocentric model, right, is that the planets and the sun revolve around the barycenter of the solar system. You don't know what that is, do you? This is the first time you've heard that word, isn't it? Barycenter. That's how fucking ignorant you people are.
Is it like an average or something?
No, you don't know what a barycenter is.
Go on,
Yeah,
give us
you're
a
clueless.
clue then, Brenda. Go on.
Actually,
your best.
Yeah.
the Earth Moon system revolves around the barycenter that is deep inside the Earth. Yeah, you people don't have the fucking clue about anything.
So what did you say about this WSG? What was that? You said
There's a surveying term that is modeled out the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth isn't a perfect sphere, right? It bulges at certain places, right?
Have you done much
difference of
surveying?
24 miles, a little difference of
See, it's
24
a
miles that
surveying
leave
term.
the equator. You know, it differs by about 24 miles at the equator, as I recall. and other places also.
People have
right?
told
So
you.
these have all been mapped out. These have all been mapped out.
Matt.
All right, cool. But you also mentioned in your, so that's your model, right? That's the one when you say when you said my model, is that the one that you subscribe to? The W I don't remember the initials. The one that you just described with a mapped oblong spheroid. Is that the one? Hello, sound check.
Awkward.
You know, sometimes I'm doing everything and I don't always have a chance to get to push to talk. I have my mic set up as push to talk out of a courtesy to you. So don't fucking
Oh,
complain about it.
that's I don't think anyone complained.
Well,
Do you hear anybody complain?
Bev was bitchy.
Gave
as usual.
chance to completely skip over the question.
Oh yeah. Well,
That's
the question
good, wasn't it?
I'll gladly repeat it then. So when you said about your model, and I asked you which model is that, because I don't know
Generally-
what you're talking about. I need to know what you're talking about so I can study it, right? And then you said
You figure it out.
about the,
Why don't you do your own legwork? All right. Find out what the actual shape of the Earth is. Do some Googling, just and read a little bit. But generally, my model is simply that the Earth is a sphere. I can go with that. The difference of 24 miles isn't going to make much of a difference to a lot of observations that are going to be made to confirm whether or not it generally conforms to the concept of a sphere or not. Right. So
yeah.
that's
And
the
then-
model. That's basically the model. And the model for flat
Mhm.
earthers is, well, they used to claim that the flat
Oh
earth,
no,
Earth was flat.
I'm not interested in that. I'm not. That's not interesting to me. It's I was asking about your model. So in your model, the WGS whatever, that surveying one you said about the
84.
almost
WGS 84 datum.
WGS 84 datum. Cool.
Yes.
So where does the sun and the moon fit in that model?
That describes the shape of the Earth. The sun and the moon, right,
Yes.
are part of the larger heliocentric system.
But that's another model, or is it the same? I'm confused.
It would be a different model. Yeah, it would be. Because it's possible, it's conceivable, right, that the Earth, and in fact, people used to think the Earth was the center of the universe and that the sun revolved around it. They still thought the Earth was a globe, right?
And what do you think? Do you think that the which model are you mostly sold for? Is it the one that the Earth is spherical and it revolves around the sun, or is it that the Earth
Absolutely.
is spherical and that the sun revolves around the Earth?
Yeah. The Earth is a sphere, roughly, right? It revolves
So
around
you
the
say,
sun.
yeah,
It
sure.
revolves around the sun. The moon revolves around the Earth, and the planets, also spheres of varying sizes, revolve around the sun generally. Yeah.
But how do you know then? I mean, if the sun would be, how can you tell the difference between the Earth being a sphere and the sun being an orb that revolves around the Earth, and the Earth being a sphere and the sun being an orb, but this time the Earth revolves around the sun? How can you
Oh.
tell the difference between those two?
Due to contradictions.
Like what?
The more, the better.
Right. So we observe stellar parallax, right? If the Earth were the center of the solar system, we would, or the universe, we would not observe stellar parallax, right? So the existence of stellar parallax refutes geocentrism.
Where do I observe stellar parallax?
Well, you don't even know what it is, do you?
I know what parallax is,
right?
but I
Well,
don't see
then
it.
you
I
should
don't
be able
see
to
it
figure it
in the
out. Then you should
stars.
be able to figure. If you know what parallax is, you should be able to figure it out. Then figure it out.
Yeah,
Parallax.
I'm telling you.
Parallax
I'm
is.
telling you that I don't see that on the stars, though. That's what I'm telling you.
Did you look?
Yes.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. How did you look?
With his eyes.
With
I'm
a
guessing.
telescope.
Oh, with a telescope,
Yes, and my eyes and a camera.
right? And so you didn't observe stellar parallax, right? Why
Correct.
not? What did you do
I
wrong?
don't know.
What did you do wrong?
Did you try putting a ruler
I-
on it and measuring them?
No. Maybe
Oh,
that's what I
that
did
might
wrong.
be what
Right?
you did wrong, Brenda.
No.
What do
What
you
you would
think?
do
Should he have put
is
a
you-
ruler on it?
What was your baseline?
My baseline.
Yeah.
My baseline was the horizon, of course. What else
no,
could it be?
No. To measure parallax,
The
you'll
level.
need a baseline.
The level. Yeah, the level.
I suspect you
So-
don't know what the fuck you're talking about at all. You don't know what the baseline would be. You don't know that?
So I
don't
know
think, I
where
don't think you know jack shit of what you're talking about.
But don't you want me to tell you what I did, or are you not interested?
What was the
Yeah.
baseline? What baseline did you use?
So I used the
azimuthal
horizon.
plane.
The horizon would not be the
The
baseline. You
azimuthal
moron.
plane, Brenda.
No,
And
the baseline.
and the polar star.
No, the baseline between observation points, right? What was the baseline?
So how do you establish a baseline?
You have two different points where you make the observation, right? And then the stars that shift, they shift due to the difference in observation points, right? That's how
They
binocular.
don't shift.
They do.
They don't shift their. They don't shift their positions among themselves, though. They maintain
Do all
their
the
own
time.
relative positions between themselves.
Yeah, they
Planets do.
That's the no. The stars move when you observe them from different places in the orbit of the Earth. The best time to do it is to get 6 months apart, so you get the full diameter of the Earth's orbit, right? And then looking at the same object at those two at 6 months apart, it will appear to move. The closest.
And how do you know how do you know how do you know this baseline? How do you know the length of this baseline then?
Well, the orbit of the Earth has been figured out years ago, centuries ago.
Figured out?
Yeah,
How?
by observations
Of what?
of the Earth and the stars and everything else and the planets, all of that. People worked out the orbit of
Yes.
the Earth.
Can you be more specific?
You could take a fucking class in elementary school astronomy. How about that?
Yeah, but this is like you're telling me that go to an expert and they will dictate you, but that's not what I'm after.
No, you
What
go
I'm
to
after.
you go to a children's book and then you would find out. That's how you would find out.
Yeah, but then I will read something that someone wrote. That's not what I'm after. What I'm after is to learn the method that was used to measure the length of this, as you call it, baseline, and then do the method myself, apply the method and see what I get. That's my goal. I'm not interested in reading books.
And I thought you were asking about the orbit of the Earth and not the baseline for a stellar parallax observation. Those would be different things, right? You're too fucking stupid to even figure that out.
Well, if you say that the Earth orbits, and then you say that 6 months later has established a baseline that is twice the distance of the Earth to the Sun, that's what you're saying, right?
No.
So
You're
6
too
months from
fucking
now,
stupid. Right. So what
So-
you do, let me explain it to you. Right. You pick a
Yes,
time of the
please
year. You
do.
pick a time of the year that is at a particular point in the orbit of the Earth, and you observe a star, a particular star that you think is close enough that you can observe parallax, meaning you can observe it shift relative to background stars. right? And then you
And how
observe
do
it.
I select it then? You said,
Then
wait,
you-
hold on.
and-
You said
and
that
then
I
you-
pick a
just
star
a
that I
minute.
think it's close enough.
Shut your
How
fucking
do I
mouth. And
how
then
will
you
I know that a star is closer than another star?
And then you observe it 6 months later, and it will appear to have shifted between the more distant background stars. And then you can
So how do
measure
I-
that
how do I
angle.
choose the
Excuse me. And then you can measure that angle. And then by doing trigonometry, you can actually get the distance using trig. Because that's how
Okay,
parallax
so-
works. That's how
So how
binocular.
do I?
Excuse me.
So how do I?
Excuse
so
me.
how do I choose the first
Shut
star?
your
then?
mouth.
How do I
Shut your
choose it?
mouth. Shut your
But
mouth.
you haven't said how I choose the first star. You said that I should choose a star that is close enough to exhibit parallax. That's what you
Brenda's
said.
not got a telescope. Brenda doesn't know anything about any of this stuff that Brenda's talking about.
No,
Arguing
I
from
disagree.
ignorance
Doesn't
yet
mean I don't know
again.
anything.
No,
Everybody
I
knows
disagree.
that,
She
Brenda.
sounds,
That doesn't mean I don't know anything,
sounds-
right?
she sounds like she knows stuff. That's why I'm asking. But
So people noticed.
because
People noticed that the stars sometimes appeared to move relative to other stars when they examined their photographic plates. They didn't have paper; they had glass plates. They would notice that some stars would move.
Shadow giants.
And so then investigating more,
Shadow
if
giants.
you measure the
spoke.
parallax by picking,
Brenda listened.
why are you
Repeats
interrupting?
like a parrot.
Why
I want to know what Brenda's so angry about. What are you really so mad about, Brenda?
yeah, you sound very angry, and all I'm asking is two questions, right?
Because you're being you're sea lioning. That's why.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, look it up.
Do you want a kipper?
Yeah. So how do I choose a star? You said that I should choose a star that is close enough to exhibit parallax. But right now I'm standing on a place where I haven't tried to see this parallax yet, but I want to, right? And you're saying that the first step is to choose out of all the stars that I see, to choose one that is close enough to the Earth. That's what you said. So
Yes.
how do I gauge the distance of the stars with
So
respect to the Earth?
what happens in real life is that people watch the stars over many, many years. They noticed that some stars will appear to be in a different place at a different time of the year. It occurred.
Yeah, they
to
call
them-
those planets. You're right.
No,
You're right. I
they
agree
were
with
not
you.
planets. No, they were not planets. They were stars. And it occurred to
But
them.
you said they move. But you said they move. Planets move. Stars don't move. Everybody knows that.
That's not true. Some stars do move. In fact, all of the stars move.
Then they are not stars. They're planets. That's
not
the
true. They're
definition.
stars.
No,
What are you? What's wrong with you?
they are fixed stars, and then they
No,
are
they're
planets.
not.
And
They're not fixed.
so
The
and
stars
the
aren't
criterion is that if it doesn't move, you call it a fixed star.
fixed. No.
If it maintains its relative position to the other stars. And
But
if it
all-
does move, which means that it doesn't maintain its position fixed with comparison to the neighboring
But-
stars, then you
yeah,
call
but-
it a planet.
Yeah, that was in. You sound like somebody back from the Middle Ages, some illiterate peasant.
And then
from
you've
the
got
Middle Ages.
a third kind. Sorry, I forgot about the third
Oh.
kind. And then you got the third kind, which is the falling stars, or AKA shooting stars. So
There's
you
no-
got three
there's no-
different things.
That's
on the
just
sky.
the name. That's just the
Like
name
you got-
for meteors. That's just the name for meteors. They're not stars. You don't even
Well,
know
they
that,
glow.
do you? You don't even know that,
So
do
the-
you? You don't even know what meteors are, do you? What is a meteor?
I know what meteor.
What is a
Meteor
meteor?
is anything that is above the surface of the Earth is called a meteor.
No.
Yes.
Come
Yes,
on.
yes.
Like, can we stop pretending that Brenda knows anything about anything? Like, you haven't got a telescope, have you, Brenda? So you don't know of any of this. You've not got a camera. So you've never put a camera to a telescope and done any of this stuff that you're talking about. You're just
No.
literally repeating the words of shadow giants.
No.
As
I had a telescope.
fact, you're handing out paralogisms, and everybody here knows that you're
That's a
full of
lie.
shit.
What's a paralogism?
It's something that you've come to as a false conclusion. You have a false conclusion at the end, right? But you can't go back and look at it because you've accepted it as a truth.
Right. So what false conclusion do I have?
Well, there's many.
What,
right?
what false
There's
conclusion?
many. But the point that we're trying to get to here, Brenda, is that you don't know of what you're talking about.
I do.
You have no practical experience of any of it.
But I do. I've seen Saturn with my own telescope. I don't have.
So you do have a telescope.
No, I don't have a telescope.
But you've seen Saturn with your own telescope.
Correct. Many years ago when I had one.
Oh, many years ago.
But apparently
when you were a young lad.
Yeah, apparently that sentence was too difficult for you to parse. Holy shit, you're fucking stupid.
Okay. So a bit ago you saw a light in the sky.
Oh, I saw Saturn. I saw the rings.
Well, that's just a light in the sky, isn't it?
No, it's not a light. It's a ball.
It wasn't
with
like
rings
it was
around
dark
it.
then, was it?
No, it wasn't dark. It was light.
Okay, well, so it was.
Well, I also saw the Saturn. I mean, it's one of the weirdest one, isn't it? Isn't it really weird?
I don't know whether it's beautiful. I don't know if it's weird or not. Saturn is.
Yeah,
beautiful.
but I didn't see any rings, dude.
I've seen the rings.
I didn't see any rings.
Oh, I don't care.
I saw it like an eye kind of shape, but I didn't see any ringy things.
Yeah. So what?
Must have been a good telescope back in the day.
Sure.
But that was a fair few years ago, wasn't it?
So what difference does it make what you see? You seem to think that what you see or don't see is important. It's not.
He's not. I don't hear him saying anything from authority. You're the ones that seems like you're awfully upset and angry that he's not believing what that you know fuck all about it, and you want to be the authority.
Because I'm saying things that are absolutely true, and you're just lying.
No, you just sounds like you're repeating the words of shadow giants.
Well, to be honest,
shadow giants. What I know are facts and that have been generated by other people. That doesn't mean I don't know it.
I think you're saying the same thing, you two. Those other people, Bev refers to as shadow giants.
Yeah, we will get to it. But the fact is that Brenda has told us. Brenda's told us that reality isn't Euclidean because of the fact that verticals exist. Right? Brenda's also told us
that's a lie.
That he doesn't know anything about the elements, even to the point of thinking a shoe is an element.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, you did. You said there are man-made elements, and a shoe is one of them.
There are man-made elements. Sure.
And not a shoe though, but it's recorded,
No,
Brenda.
We've
got you talking a load of shit about many different things.
No. So a shoe, right, is a phenomenon. It is. It's phenomenological.
It's a phenomenon.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
It has properties. It has length, width, and breadth. It emits heat. It emits light. Right. It has
a shoe.
A shoe emits heat.
It has texture.
Emits light.
And heat.
Luminous. Luminous shoes. You've got some fancy shoes on there, haven't you, Brenda? Have you got a little light in the heel?
Hot shoes.
I have seen shoes that emit light. I've seen those.
Yeah.
I've seen those.
Me too.
There's people that they buy them for their kids. So they know where
children.
Yeah, they're awesome. Actually, they're very clever. They're very clever idea because the kids are proud of wearing them, so you get no conflict there, and then you can figure out where your kids are at all times, especially with the start. Yeah, it's
you get
it's
ones
great.
with different flashing like beacons, can't you?
These are
Yeah, but the
definitely, so
heat
you can tell
element,
which
I mean, the heat,
child's in.
I haven't seen that one. I mean,
These are
a
all
shoe that
phenomena.
emits heat,
These are
that's
all
a
phenomena.
pretty clever idea.
These are all
Shoe that
phenomena.
emits heat, that's a very good idea, because then you can have them emit light, so you know where your kids are,
So
and then you also know that
everybody knows where
that their
Brenda is,
feet are
especially
yeah,
Everything
and her feet are warm.
that we see, everything that we see and
when you're out
experience,
jogging.
everything that we see and experience is part of the phenomenal world.
Phenomenal.
Yes.
It is wonderful, isn't it?
Everything we see
Well,
and
not
experience
everything.
is phenomenal.
You're
Yeah,
a
but we
phenomena,
It's
also
phenomenal.
You're a phenomena.
phenomenon.
Phenomenal. Everything's
Phenomenon.
phenomenal. Phenomenal
Phenomena.
world.
Phenomena.
Phenomena.
No, that's not
Oh,
got
I
the
can
L
tell
on the
you
end
that.
of it, that.
Yeah.
So why is it not the
Phenomenal.
case that when things get further away from you, they decrease in angular size?
The angle that you measure, that obviously, like Red's rhetoric admitted tonight, you don't actually measure. So when you're talking about the angular size, it should be the size of the angle that changes, but nobody ever measures the angle. So it's a bit of a misnomer, right? Because it gives people the wrong impression.
The angular size of the sun is approximately 0.53 degrees. So yes, people do measure angular size.
So that we were asking, what was the difference between the bulge?
I told you, 10 kilometers.
No,
Oh,
but you've just said the
it's
angular
one.
size, Brenda. That's what we were asking. The difference
Yeah.
between the angular size.
That's easy. We can
dimensions.
calculate this answer because we know that it's 1 part in 144,156. So if you say that the angular size of the sun is approximately half a degree, that would make it what is that in arc seconds? That's like that's like 30 arc minutes.
30 minutes.
So
yeah.
yeah,
And,
so
well,
that's
a minute's only a 60th,
times,
isn't it? And like a
What
second's
is
a
this? So what is this?
3,600th. And
What are you talking
what
about?
was
This
it
is
you're
all
looking for? 400 and
that's
something
1,000.
thousandth.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Good
some
luck seeing that.
fractions of a second. Like quite a lot
Yeah.
of woo. That's a big fraction,
Yeah.
isn't it? Left over.
Like
What are you talking about?
maybe 1% of an arc second.
What are you
So
talking
that's
Wow, immeasurable. I don't know how they managed
Dennis,
to do that, Brenda. How did they manage to
what are you
measure
talking?
something
What are you
like that?
talking about?
We're just doing a
With a
little bit of
ruler.
maths, Brenda. We just do. Don't
No,
worry.
you're not.
Don't let it worry your little head. Don't let it complicate yourself. You
Yeah,
just
but it's just
We're doing
nonsense. You're doing
a
it wrong.
division.
You don't know what you're doing.
Oh,
we were just trying to work
so
out
can you
the
do it?
angular size difference of your supposed bulge.
What are you talking about? What angular size difference? What are you talking about?
The angular
You've not
size
been with
difference
us yet,
between the
Brenda.
equatorial bulge
This
of the
is
sun and the polar diameter of the sun. The apparent diameter, sorry.
I already told you that
minimum,
things called
maximum.
solar observatories, you can project the disk of the sun onto a very large surface. What are you talking about?
How large?
I
How
don't
large?
know.
And
I don't
measure the
know.
angle, though.
Several feet across.
Several feet. So how if it's several feet, then you would still have to measure, let's
It'd be a fraction of a millimeter, surely.
So that would be 1 part of so if it's several feet, let's say 10 feet. How about 10 feet? Do you like this as
10 feet's a bit big.
Is this large enough? 10 feet?
Is that how big it will be, Brenda? When you heard about this from somebody, maybe on the grapevine or whatever. How big was it when they said? Or did they just say several? How, did they give you an idea on, like, were they moving their arms around when they said it? Like, you know, like 2 or 3, several, maybe 4? Or was it like bigger? Were they like pointing at a building when they said several? So they project the sun. That's impressive. They make it through the eyepiece. See, that's why I always advise people not to look through the eyepiece at the sun. It's very dangerous. But
oh my God, yeah, you can burn your retina.
But
It's not a joke.
projecting it. They're actually taking it and making it bigger. Can you imagine that? That'd be dangerous, wouldn't it? Setting stuff on fire.
Yeah, it would also distort it would also distort the picture, the image of the sun, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it distort it? And then, I mean, how are you going to do that? You're going to need a tube, and you're going to need a lens, and the lens, well, you can only make it so smooth. I mean, there is a point where you cannot grind it smoother anymore. So there's going to be some fault there.
Projecting the sun to measure it, measure the bulge. Why have we never heard of this before?
Oh my God!
I've never heard.
Yeah, it's
projecting an image of the big light in the sky to measure the difference between the where the bulge is.
Yeah, and measure it to be 1 out of 144,000 and plus
miles.
change.
Can you imagine?
Whoa,
can you imagine that scientist that day, right? They get it, they go, look at that, son, look at the size of it. And then you go with the tape measure and go, fucking hell, look at that. 6 miles bigger across that way.
Is that a bulge? I see.
Yeah. Look at that, 6 miles.
Oh my God.
You can't see it from here, can you?
Look at that bulge. Damn. How did we miss that before?
Must be at least 6 miles thick.
I bet it would have to be perpendicular, right? To the image coming in to be cast upon it must be perpendicular to the image that comes through in order to get a direct comparison, right? For that measurement.
But it can never be, because what kind of lens are you going to use then? Are you going to use a lens that is flat on one side? Like on the entry point of the lens, it will be flat? How will that work?
In order to get it a direct proportion, like otherwise, like you'd never know, would you? You might just be measuring a difference within the lens, or because the board isn't perpendicular. Maybe that was the cause of your bulge.
And how are you going to account for the diffraction pattern interference that is going to be formed? Because you're going to have the mouth of your eyepiece, so that's going to be a circle. So this is going to create a diffraction pattern that's going to propagate all the way to the eyepiece or to the several feet large projecting screen that you're projecting it onto. Also perpendicular, I'm guessing. I think that is like a train wreck that is full of dumpsters.
It must have happened. Brenda's told you about it. It's definitely happened, hasn't it, Brenda? You tell him. I bet. I think it's
all I hear
researching it now. Come on.
I think it's 2 trains. I think it's a train that carries flaming garbage that is crashing and train wrecking onto convoy of barges that
Brenda's
also
gonna
have
come and give you the video of him doing it. Is it Brenda? You've got
Yeah.
that, haven't you?
Is
Come
it going to
on,
be,
drop it on him, Brenda.
is it going to be the what's his face, the blue balls, someone, and some other internet?
He says you're
flat
talking
earth
shit,
debunker?
Brenda. Come on. Come on, finish him off. Let's have a go.
Miss Brenda, I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm buying it. I mean, you haven't convinced me yet. And my two main questions remain on the table, which is question one: how do you pick a star that is closer than another star? So the essence of the question is, how do you gauge the distance to a star? So that's the first question. And the second question is, how do you establish the length of the baseline that you're going to use for your stellar parallax measurement, which can boil down to what is the distance between the Earth and the Sun? How do I measure
I already
this?
told you these. I already gave you the answer. I already gave you
You
the
said
answer.
something about
You just
photographic
didn't accept it.
plates. You said something about photographic
No, I
plates
didn't. No.
regarding the first
No.
question,
No.
but you didn't say anything
No.
about the baseline.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. So what people noticed is over time, they noticed that some stars moved relative to other stars depending on the time of the year. Right? Okay, do we understand that part?
Seasonal.
Are you asking me? Because you asked, right? So
I'm taking it step by step. Do you understand that part?
No, because what I said is that there is three types of stars. There is fixed stars that by definition, they do not move with respect to one another. That's the first type. The second type is a type of star that moves with respect to other stars according to the seasons, as you said. And these are called planets or planet stars. And the third type is again a moving star, but it's a star that moves once or maybe twice. And this is called a shooting star. These are the types of stars. So if you say you cannot say that a fixed star is moving, because then if a fixed star is moving, then by definition it's not a fixed star anymore. It's a planet star.
But it moved, and it's not a planet.
No, that's what I'm telling you. That if it moves, then you designate it as a planet star, not as a fixed star.
Yeah, but it's not a planet, but it still moved.
No, this is not how the definition is. So let me repeat the definition, right? So
I already understand it. Don't repeat it, because I already know what the definition is.
Cool.
Right? The point is, you say which rules? The words that you say or reality?
Reality, of course.
Right. So the reality is that the stars that you say are fixed aren't.
No, that's incorrect, because if a star is not fixed, then I wouldn't call it a fixed star. I would call it either a planet star or a shooting star.
Yeah, but it's neither of those, and yet it still moves. The problem here is that you think that words tell reality how to behave, and that's not how it works.
That's incorrect.
Reality tells you how your words should be.
I agree. So if in reality a star is moving,
we need to change.
It's either a planet star or a shooting star.
Here's the key: we need to change our definition, then, don't we?
Why?
Because there are stars that move.
Yeah, and we already have a designation for them. It's either a planet star or a shooting star.
But it's not
so
either.
It's covered.
But it's not either of those. Therefore, we need to understand that stars can in fact move. We just have to abandon that definition and come up with a new one. Because words don't tell reality how it should be. Reality tells us, and then we use
all right. So let's all right, cool. I agree. So let's look at the stars then, right? So they either move or do not move. Do you agree or disagree?
Some stars will move relative to those other stars in the background. Yeah.
Correct. So you agree that some stars do move relative to the ones in the background, and other stars do not move
Do
relative
not appear
to
to
the
move. Do not
the
appear to
background.
move. It might be that they're moving and I just can't tell right now.
Ah, you mean like God, that he might be there
No.
listening to you, but you just can't tell.
No, not like God, as in they're moving so slightly that I just don't have an instrument that can detect that movement. Right? But I have an instrument that can detect the movement of other stars. Right? So I notice that some stars are in different places relative to the stars behind them at different times of the year. So I set up an experiment. I have that's my observation. My hypothesis is these stars are closer, right? And so I set up a baseline. The baseline is going to be the diameter of Earth's orbit.
Hold on a second. If you notice that the stars move, right? You start with you said that you notice that those stars move, correct?
Yeah.
Therefore, that means that the stars that you thought were fixed stars, they are in actuality not fixed stars, but they are planet stars.
No, no.
Why not?
I've
They move.
changed. No, I've changed my definition. I've decided that I don't really know. I don't really
Change the
know.
definition?
Yeah, you can do that. I can do that. I have the right to change my definitions. Yes.
Yeah. So
based on new observations. The new observation is the stars.
yes,
Some stars appear to move against the background of other stars, right? And so I form a hypothesis.
correct.
The hypothesis is those stars might be closer to me than the other stars around them, which would be far away. So I set up a baseline, which is the diameter of the Earth's orbit, and I make two observations, one at one point at end and the other observation at the other. And then I can use that baseline, that distance, and triangulate the distance to the nearby star, and I come up with a number.
Did you say triangulate?
Yes, the base. I would have the base
So,
and two angles.
yes.
I would have the base and two angles. Those angles will be
correct.
slightly different. Those angles will be slightly different, right? And so I can do
Correct.
simple trig.
So,
I can do simple trig and calculate the distance to the star.
yes.
That's how.
Yeah, that's true. But
your vision.
yeah.
That's how your vision works. That's how you are
Correct.
able to find.
So you're gonna need the baseline, as you said, right?
Yeah.
All right. So how long is this baseline?
Oh, we already have that.
How? How do you have that?
Oh, somebody else figured it out.
How?
So I'm the astronomer. I noticed that these stars are different, and I want to calculate the distance to them. But somebody else, some other
Yeah,
astronomer,
you said that already.
yeah, some other astronomer
Yes.
figured out. Some other astronomer figured out the size of the Earth's orbit, and it's a simple
How?
operation. Well,
How?
he just did. He just did. He published a paper.
How?
He submitted it to the Royal Society, and I can look up the paper and I can get the number, and then I can use that number with the angles that I get from my observations to calculate the distance to the stars.
But that's not my question. You're not answering my question.
Not important.
My question was how?
It's not important.
Of course it is important, because if
No,
you
it's
don't
not.
have this, then you cannot do the triangulation, correct?
No, but he published a paper
No?
with the Royal Society. He published the paper with the Royal Society. They checked his work. They said it's all good. It's good. So I say, oh, okay. I just pull it from the library. I pull the paper from the library.
But you're not answering. But you're still not answering. How?
I'm telling
How do you measure?
how. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. All that matters is I have this result. Right?
How do you know it's correct?
Oh, because it was checked by other people because of peer review.
How do they know it's correct?
They checked.
How did they check?
I don't know. I don't have to know
So
that.
is it fair to say? So is it fair to say that this baseline length that you need to make trigonometry in order to obtain the distance to a star that you see moving on the sky is a number that you are accepting in a leap of faith?
No, it's not faith.
It's
not?
all faith,
No, it's
Brenda. Come
it's
on,
it's
you've got the
it's
most
based.
faith of
No,
anybody
it's
in
not
this
faith at all.
room.
No, it's not faith. It's an objective
You have
result.
the most faith of anybody
No.
in this room.
It's not
Guaranteed.
faith. It's an objective.
You have
it's an
zero
objective fact.
proof, and you know that, of anything.
Science doesn't prove things.
Exactly. You've got no proof, yet you have the most faith because you
No, it's not faith.
have
These are
that faith
objective-
that makes your model come around. And you know that you're a diletheist. You have contradictions
diletheism.
all over the place. Yet your
this is
faith
what you
keeps
figuring out.
strong in the face
this
of
isn't
contradictory evidence.
This isn't faith. It's based in. It's a fact based in evidence submitted for peer review and published at like let's say this was 100 years ago. It was published at the Royal Institute, the Royal Society.
Okay. So what
that's
is the
not
evidence
faith.
then?
That's not faith.
So what is
The evidence
so what is
in
the evidence?
paper. The evidence is in the paper. Go look
Yeah.
it up.
Well,
You go
no,
look it
no,
up.
no. I didn't ask. I didn't ask
No, I don't have
where.
to.
I asked what is the evidence.
No, I don't.
And
You
you-
look it up. You look it up. I don't have to.
But I'm not
I don't have
claiming. I'm not claiming to know what the baseline's length is. You are the one who brought this.
Yeah.
Don't you think you should defend it?
It's geometric. Brenda's not got a clue. It's coming from ignorance.
No,
Every
I'm
one of
telling you-
these arguments that Brenda has is an argument from sophistry, and it's been shown
This isn't
that there's
sophistry.
no substance behind any of it. They're not arguments.
No, this-
Non-arguments
this is
from
good
a
argument.
poor
It's a perfectly
sophist.
reasonable argument. It's perfectly reasonable, right? It's perfectly reasonable. These are objective measurements that have been submitted to peer review and published by a reputable organization. I don't have to check the details. I'm the researcher. I'm the astronomer 100 years ago. I don't have to check every research paper that I reference. All I have to do, I can rely. I can rely on their
Yes.
results. I can.
Yes.
That is how. What I'm
Okay.
telling you is how science actually works. Scientists don't
So-
have to
so-
do
yeah,
every.
I heard it.
Scientists,
I heard it.
just
I
a
heard
minute.
you.
Just
I heard
a
you.
minute.
I heard you.
Just hold your horses.
You're not a
Hold it.
scientist, though, Brenda. You're a sophist.
I didn't
There's
say
a
I was a
difference.
scientist. I'm not a sophist. Sophist, that's what you are about.
So you are saying that you don't have to check this yourself because you can rely on someone else having done this. So is it
Yeah.
fair to say that you are correct?
That is how what I'm telling you is how science actually works. Scientists do not
Scientists
have to
rely
do-
on other people doing it and them just
Yes.
parroting it.
Yes. No, that's not.
That's
parroting.
not.
So-
That's not how
Okay.
science works, Brenda.
It is how science works. It's an accumulated body of knowledge. And you can rely on it.
You can rely on what
So
is
is
it
it
that you
fair to
rely
say-
on, though?
So is it fair to say that you are relying on the baseline's length being what it is based on faith?
Brenda's
No.
not got a clue what
No,
you're talking
it's
about
not
with the baseline. No understanding of
based on
geometry. Doesn't
Stop
mean
being triggered,
anything.
Bev. It's not based on faith. It's based on evidence.
What evidence?
the evidence provided by that researcher who measured the orbit of the Earth.
So evidence means something being evident, correct?
No, evidence refers to facts about the world. They are objective facts about the world. So it
Okay,
is
so what does evident
it is
mean?
it is an objective fact of the world that the
So what does
orbit
what does
that the orbit
evident
of the
mean
Earth
then?
has a certain number, right?
That's what you say.
No, that's not what I say.
It's not?
It's not true because I said it.
Why is it true then? Because someone else said it?
No, it's true.
It's not true because you said it. Is that what you mean? By you saying it, that makes it not true.
No, by
Oh.
my saying it is not what makes it true. What makes it true is the fact that it corresponds to reality.
But you saying it makes it not true.
My saying it does not make it true. What makes something true is if it corresponds to reality.
So that like a proof, which you say you
No.
don't have any of. That's the
No,
truth.
mathematical proofs are not empirical truths. Mathematics is not empirical.
Well, vertical and horizontal exist in reality, right? That's empirical, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that could be geometric, right? You could use geometry,
Because
so that would be classed as mathematical proofs in reality, vertical and horizontal.
Euclid doesn't define horizontal anywhere.
They're already defined as being straight and perpendicular to each other. That's the way horizontal and vertical are. Everybody knows that, Brenda.
Euclid does not define horizontal anywhere.
That's not what we said, Brenda. Vertical and horizontal are straight lines and they are perpendicular to each other. It was Euclid that defined perpendicularity. Definition 10 if you're interested.
Yeah, but Euclid doesn't define horizontal anywhere.
But horizontal is a straight line, as is vertical, and they can be made into planes because of Euclidean geometry and our understanding of it. So they're just words that we use in reality to define a particular straight line or plane in a particular position. We call them orientations.
Yes, but Euclid doesn't define horizontal anywhere.
He did vertical.
He does not. He does not define horizontal, though.
No, it doesn't define vertical either.
Right. Thank you. So
it doesn't need defining, does it?
Right.
But if you were to define it, you would define it as being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Therefore, horizontal.
Because it's definitely a reality thing.
Therefore, horizontal and vertical are non-Euclidean.
No, that's not the way it works.
They're not defined by Euclid. They're not in his system
that doesn't,
anywhere.
Yeah, that's not how it works, Brenda. That's not how you get non-Euclidean. I mean, it's inventive. I like it. I like the idea of you doing that.
Because it's not in Euclid's system.
It shows that you're thinking a bit more, Brenda.
Horizontal is not in Euclid's system, so it's non-Euclidean.
Yeah, that's not. It's straight, and that means it is Euclidean, right?
That doesn't mean.
Yeah, it's a plane. That's how it's described as being Euclidean.
No, it's not.
Yes, that's exactly what it is, Brenda.
No, it's not. It's not defined by Euclid anywhere.
It's not about the definition, Brenda.
Yeah, it is.
It's not. This is your sophistry right now, Brenda.
It's not part of his
and
system.
It's rather ridiculous that you're having to do this. But show everybody what the lengths that you have to go to. Carry on. Horizontal is a plane and a straight line, isn't it?
Planes aren't lines, Bob.
A plane or a line, right? All of the straight lines lie within a plane. That's Euclidean.
Yeah, but horizontal is not a term used in Euclidean geometry.
Horizontal is a term used in reality, Brenda. The concepts and everything are born within Euclidean geometry. That's why it's called the elements. That's why there's no measurements, there's no numbers. It's just the basic concepts, Brenda, the basics for mathematics.
It obviously can't be a part of Euclid. Right. So anyway, science doesn't prove things.
Okay, so you've got no proof, right? But that mathematics does,
That's right.
and you can use vertical and horizontal in reality and their relationship based around Euclidean geometry. That's how we can come to certain proofs in reality.
No, you can't. No, you can't, because you leave horizontal undefined.
It's not. It's defined as being parallel to the plane of the horizon, Brenda.
That's a flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
What? Because horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No, because you're saying that the horizon is a horizontal plane. That's flat Earth.
No, that's just the definition of horizontal in reality.
That's not the definition of horizontal.
It is.
No, it isn't.
Parallel to or in the plane of the horizon, yes.
No, there's no horizontal plane. The horizon isn't a horizontal plane. It isn't even a straight line.
The horizontals are all lying parallel to the plane of the horizon.
You have to prove this. This is an empirical claim.
It's not a flat Earth claim.
You
it's
have to
from
prove
reality,
this.
that, Brenda. That's
You have to prove that the horizon. You have to prove that the horizon.
You don't have to prove
is straight.
things that are already
Yes, you
stated
do.
in the definitions in dictionaries.
Okay.
Nobody has to do that. Anybody claiming that somebody has to do that sort of thing must be crazy.
But you're making,
and that's you, Brenda. You're absolutely off your head if you think me personally needs to claim and make a definition real, because it's in the dictionaries already. Every dictionary, Brenda.
Dictionary
Are they all flat earther dictionaries? Everyone that says that horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. They're all flat earthers, according to you, Brenda.
You're making a claim about the world. It's an empirical claim.
You have to prove about the world. I'm just telling you how horizontals are defined in reality.
You can't define things into reality. That's not how reality works. You can't just make up words and definitions. And
nobody's making up the word horizontal, Brenda. Nobody's redefining it. No. You look in a definition
Euclid didn't define it. Euclid
horizontal.
Didn't define it.
Oh, look, somebody's just put one in there. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's strange, isn't it?
Why should I accept that? Why should I accept that?
Well, it's in the definitions within dictionary, but I mean, you think it's flat Earth. Some crazy flat Earth dictionary saying that sort of stuff. I don't know.
Why should I accept
I wouldn't. If you were that model afflicted, I definitely wouldn't, because it's troubling for your model, isn't it?
You're the one who's model afflicted. You're the one who is.
No, I'm just telling you the definition of horizontal.
Yeah,
in the dictionary.
You are afflicted with your model. Your model is that the horizon is
my model of
a parallel plane. That's your model.
No, horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, Brenda.
Yeah, that's your
You're
model.
making
That's
implications, aren't you? And they're troubling you and your model.
No, it's troubling you. That's your model. You're the one who's model afflicted.
There's something strange going on here, Brenda. Can you not see? Are you okay?
You're the one who has.
Sounds like you're projecting, Brenda.
Your model is that there's the plane of the horizon. That is your model.
I was just telling you about the horizontal definition in dictionaries.
But this is your model. This is your model that the horizon is a flat plane.
No. Nobody mentioned that word. That's you again. Your model affliction. You, in your model affliction, you can't get out of your head. We were just talking about horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's it. Every horizontal will be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, that's your model. That's your model.
It's a definition.
No, it's not. It's an empirical claim.
I can hear it feeding back through over there, Brenda.
You can't make an empirical claim and then simply define it into existence.
No, just showing you the definitions of horizontal.
You can't define things into existence.
Mhm. Well, somebody
You have to prove-
obviously did that, didn't they? Or they obviously
You have
the
to
horizontal must have existed in the first place, and they thought, how are we going to define this? And they'll say, oh, we'll just write it down as being parallel to the plane of the horizon. Then what about that? And they all went, yeah, that sounds good to me. Put that in there. It's very geometric, isn't it?
You have to give evidence for the horizon being a plane.
What is the horizon lying within a plane? It being a straight line, obviously.
What is your evidence that the horizon is a plane?
The horizon. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, the horizon is an apparent position. Pretty sure I did this a bit earlier.
What is your evidence? What is your evidence for that?
Well, all straight lines lie within a plane.
Yeah, but what is your
right?
evidence?
So therefore, if it's a straight line that's horizontal, it must lie within a plane because that's the way geometry works, right?
But you haven't shown that it is. You haven't shown that it is. If it is, but you haven't shown that it is.
The dictionaries don't show things. They don't give graphic.
No, you still have
representations within the.
You still have not substantiated your claim that the horizon is a plane.
It's an apparent position.
Okay. Prove that it's a plane.
It would be it would lie within parallel to the horizontal plane. So
okay. So but prove that it's a plane.
Yeah.
Prove that it's a plane.
Hang on. Okay, can I just interject for a half a second?
Yeah,
Do you even believe in proof? Do you even believe in proof, Brenda? What is proof to you?
If it's mathematical proof, then you have a logical argument whose conclusions must.
Yeah, he's got one of those, and then that's the proof.
You've never provided it yet. The other method of proof, the way I'm using it here, though, I'm saying proof in the colloquial sense, meaning I need convincing evidence that the horizon is a plane, and Bev has yet to provide any empirical evidence that the horizon is a plane.
The horizon is an apparent position, Brenda.
Yeah. No,
you talked over each other. I didn't hear either of you.
Can I just have a stab at this? Let's say, for example, that the water that you're looking across is planar. Like that means that the farthest that you can see of water, it's all level, horizontal, all of it.
Okay. If that was true,
that makes it planar.
Then
the way your vision works is as far as you can see, always ramps up to the middle of your eyes.
That's not true. The horizon never rises to eye level. Don't you know that?
Ramps up. It does ramp up in your field of view, though, right?
It never goes to eye level. Though.
Listen, no, Brenda, can you answer my question? Does it ramp up in your field of view?
No, that's just an illusion of perspective.
So it does look like it ramps up.
No,
but we all know. No, we all know it doesn't.
It doesn't look to me like it ramps up. It looks to me like it goes out.
Well,
when I look, when I look at a, like say a flat.
Okay, when you look
flat area of land, or a flat.
No, I'm not. We're not talking about land. Why are you changing the subject?
It looks.
Don't change the subject.
It looks to me like the water goes out. It doesn't look to me like it goes up. It looks to me like it goes out.
But it also, like, if you took a picture of what you see, it clearly rises, ramps up.
No,
whether it goes to your eye level or not is irrelevant, Brenda. Irrelevant.
Even in a picture, if you take a picture of a lake, it looks to me like the water goes out.
No, not a picture of a wake. Not a picture of a wake. calm
I
lake.
said a lake.
A calm
Or
lake.
a desert. Or a desert. It looks to me like either the water or the sand goes out. It doesn't look to me like they go up.
Okay, then I guess we're at an impasse here. I'm sorry, I can't make it any clearer, Brenda.
It actually doesn't have anything to do with what we were talking about. And I was just going to say that if it
Well,
was
yes, it does, because if water is planar, then the horizon is the limit of your view over that planar water.
Absolutely, I agree with you. The problem
level is horizontal. It's that simple.
What about that, Brenda? I've just put it in the definition of true horizon. Says the boundary of a horizontal plane passing through a point of vision.
I agree.
Is that okay for true horizon? Horizontal plane.
It's simply if. So you have to show.
It doesn't say if at the beginning there. It just says one. And then it says number two. There's only one and two. Number two is in photogrammetry, the boundary of a horizontal plane passing through the perspective center of a lens system.
I don't care about definitions. I don't accept that definition.
Oh, is that because it says horizontal plane in it, and that's what you were asking
it's because
for?
It's because you haven't shown that the horizon is planar. You haven't shown that.
That does. So that says the true horizon is the boundary of a horizontal plane.
Again, I don't accept their definition. You have to prove to me, you have to provide evidence that the horizon is a plane. You still won't.
Like in the physical, like in the physical world, right? Right. So if you've got like you've used an elevator, right? Changing between floors, right?
Yeah,
you've done that.
See the sunset. I can see the sunset twice with an elevator. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So,
flat Earth, by the way. But you don't
when
mind
you're
that
like
because,
on the,
but you don't mind that because you're not a flat earther, are you?
Yeah. So when you are on the ground floor, right? You can also call that like or the first floor, depending on if you're an American. I think you're gonna say the first floor, right? But if you're on the UK, you say the ground floor.
Count differently. We count differently. Yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Cool.
So
So you've got a floor, right? So that's the first level. So then you step into the elevator and you push the button, or you voice activate it if you're like really high tech and stuff. And then you go to the level over that one, right? So you go to a floor that is, over the first floor. So you were on a horizontal plane, and then you moved on a horizontal plane that was parallel to the first horizontal plane.
What are you talking about? Right? I moved vertically in the elevator. I didn't move on a horizontal. I didn't move horizontally.
Sure, but then when you moved vertically on the elevator, where did you go? You went to the floor. You went to the floor above the floor that you were before, right?
In a building.
Yeah, sure. That has floors.
I'm not talking about buildings. I'm asking you to provide me evidence that the horizon is a plane.
I'm providing you evidence that the horizontal planes are parallel to each other.
Okay, where's your evidence?
So you're on the first floor, or the ground. No, you're not on the ground floor. You're an American, right?
Unless there are numbers here, you don't have evidence. What are the numbers?
Yeah. So the numbers are the first floor.
No, your measurements. Your measurements. How did you measure? How did you measure the horizon on the first floor?
I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm talking about the floor, the first floor.
I don't care about the floor. It's a building. It's made by people.
Uh-huh. And
so
how did those people make this? How did those people make this floor level? How did they do that?
They use construction equipment. I don't know. They use lasers. They use levels and things like that. For what?
Lasers.
Imagine today they use lasers to line things up with. Yeah, don't they?
But they didn't always use lasers, right?
Who cares? What the fuck are you getting to? Just go there. I'm
So
not
how
as
do they?
slow. I'm not as slow.
Well,
Yeah,
if you,
Brenda's ignorant to all of it.
floor
It
is a
doesn't make
plane,
any
right?
difference.
I'm not
Just
as
as ignorant
slow
to,
as you.
to that.
So where is
especially.
your evidence? Where is your evidence for the horizon being a plane?
The horizon being a plane.
That's the claim.
The claim that you've got triggered about, right?
I already told you and you didn't accept it. Yeah. I already told you
It's an
how
implication
it's a plane and you
that
didn't
you've
accept
made,
it.
haven't you,
You didn't
Brenda?
tell me how it's a plane. You said if.
We were talking about all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon, and you've got
Yes.
triggered about the plane of the horizon.
Yes, because you have to substantiate that claim that the horizon is a plane.
Well,
You
the
haven't done that yet.
horizontals are parallel to it.
Sure.
It's a horizontal plane.
Sure.
It's not just a plane.
Sure. If the horizon is a plane, then horizontal lines would be parallel to
They
it.
are all parallel to the horizon.
You
Yes,
haven't
they are.
shown that it's a plane.
Yeah, they are. Every horizontal you ever make with
No.
every level will be parallel to the plane of the horizon
Prove it.
every time. Well, you can. You
one-
can't
like the floor.
disprove it, Brenda.
That's
Show us the
just a
black swan.
claim.
Show us the black swan.
That's just a claim. You're just making claims.
You need to show us the black
building?
I
swan
don't have
for
to show
that.
you anything.
Yes, you
You
do.
have to
Yes, you
stand
do.
your
You're the one
claim.
that's claiming it's not that. Show us
No,
the black swan,
You're the
Brenda.
one making the claim. You're the one making the claim. Then prove it. Go ahead. I'll
Every
wait.
time you get a horizontal, it
accept the proof.
will be parallel to the plane of the horizon, no matter where you are. That's the way it works.
If the horizon is a plane, but you haven't shown that yet.
They are. Every horizontal
Well,
is
just say they
always
are,
parallel to the plane of the horizon, Brenda. I don't know why
just saying-
you're acting like a petulant child, Brenda.
No,
Everyone
just
can
saying
see
that
this. You
they
like
are.
stomping your feet. You led
Just
on the
saying
floor
they
going,
are.
You show us, Brenda. One of your friends should surely be able to show us the horizontal that is the black swan, that is not parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Your claim is still out
You're
there.
claiming
It's
that there is no
I haven't
plane,
made a
but yet
claim.
every horizontal
I have
is
not made a
parallel
claim,
to
you
the plane
lying
of the
fuck.
horizon. So
I have not
therefore,
made a claim.
it must be a plane.
If the horizon was a plane, you would be correct, but you have not shown that it's a plane.
Well, all the definitions within all of the dictionaries state that it is
Definitions
also,
don't
Brenda.
make
Why do you think they do that?
Definitions doesn't make it real, Bob.
Mhm.
Definitions doesn't
It
make
sort
it
of
real.
does when you're talking about something as
No.
basic as horizontals. Yes.
No, you
Yeah,
have
you
to
can't just
prove-
do that
You
like a
have to
petulant
prove
child and say, no.
by giving evidence.
That's you that's
by
saying
giving
that,
evidence.
Brenda.
You have to give evidence. that
Evidence
the-
is every horizontal that you ever make will
That's-
definitely be. You can go and do it practically. You can
That's
do
a
it yourself.
You're just repeating.
No,
your
I'm
claim,
saying
Bob.
you can do this for
You're just-
yourself. Everybody
You're
can.
just repeating your
Everybody
claim.
knows they can do that for themselves and test it.
You're
And
just
keep
repeating
testing
your
it.
claim.
Keep testing it until you find one that isn't. And then you'll be able to come back and say, I found it, Bev. It's here.
No, I don't have I don't bear the burden of proving.
You're the
your
one that's
claim.
making the claim that it isn't, Brenda.
No, you're the one. I
Yes.
don't have to prove your claim false. You have to prove your claim.
That all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, you have to prove that the horizon is a plane.
Proof comes through geometry.
No, by proof, I mean the colloquial one. I mean evidence. I mean measurements, numbers.
Measurements of parallel to the plane of the horizon.
You would need to show
Yeah.
by some sort of evidence.
Like
that you- or
perhaps some
measurement
sort of a
or
method
observation.
for measuring elevations
I
in
don't care.
reality.
However you want to do it. However you want to do it.
Differential
you have to
leveling
show.
should do that then, right?
Go ahead, so
I know
do it
you're
then.
ignorant of actual surveying techniques, but
You're
what
not a
you need to
surveyor,
do
Bob.
is you need to look into differential leveling, and that will prove
You're not a
to
surveyor,
you that all of the horizontals used are parallel.
You're not a surveyor, Bev.
I have got a surveying qualification, Brenda.
No, you
are
don't.
right.
No, you
I'm a
don't. No, you
carer.
don't.
So I'm not
No, you
actually
don't.
a surveyor.
This is
I've never
stolen-
claimed to be a
This
surveyor.
is this is stolen valor on your part.
No, there is a certificate. It's on my wall, Brenda.
No, that's just
That's
that you
everybody
passed-
knows that you're a
passed
liar,
one
Brenda.
course.
And you
You
are.
passed one course, Bev. You passed one.
She's
course.
got nothing
Yeah.
left now.
Yeah.
The tank's run empty.
The certificate is definitely there, Brenda. Right?
No, all
you
I
can't
saw-
can't take it away.
Publish it. Show it to me then. Show it to me.
It's been shown all of the time, Brenda.
Show it to me. All I've seen is like a grade for one class.
Yeah, the certificate for land
That's not
surveying.
a-
It's got land surveying
Taking
on
one
it.
class, taking one class doesn't mean jack shit.
What do
What
you
are you
mean one
talking about?
class? What are you talking about? Do you know what you're talking about? Like
took
a
a
2-year course. Yeah?
I don't know. It's just a semester or something.
It's a 2-year course.
Was it?
Yeah.
She has no clue.
Yeah.
She
I mean,
has
like
no
they've
clue.
all decided
This
that
is
they
mind-blowing.
know all of this sort of stuff. Brenda,
they
you
know
know
everything about
nothing.
you.
You are completely ignorant of just about everything. And yet you claim to be a master debater. Close.
I've
but
never made that claim. I've never made that claim.
well, obvious now that you're just a sophist with a bag of lies and no argument.
I just
You've got
insist
no
that you
proof. You've got nothing, Brenda.
Proof for what? I haven't made a claim.
You have. You've made a claim that the
No, I haven't.
horizon isn't a plane. You made that
No,
claim.
I never said any such thing. I never said. I asked you to provide evidence for your claim that the horizon is level. It's perpendicular. Or what is the word you use?
Brenda, how did he
Parallel
show you
all
every
horizontals,
horizontal ever?
Brenda.
I didn't hear either of you. You talked over each
Yeah,
other.
all horizontals. I'll say it again, Brenda. Can you give me a chance to keep saying this? All horizontals, every one of them that you ever establish, anyone, wherever they are, they will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, you have to
Simple,
prove the
simple
last part there.
fact.
No, it's you can't just do that. You have to show that the
I
horizon is the plane.
I didn't put those words in the dictionary, Brenda. So when you
Doesn't
say
matter.
that,
Words in
when
dictionaries don't
you
mean
say
anything,
that,
Bob.
Brenda, you are saying that to the dictionary people. We'll have to get them informed
care.
that they
I don't
have
care.
to provide evidence for the words and the definitions that they use within dictionaries.
I don't care. I don't accept.
Just
I don't
just
accept
because Brenda is being like a petulant child, stomping his feet.
that. No,
with
I'm
boots.
just demanding that
Mm.
you prove your claim, and you refuse to do so. You've done everything else, but you need to show that the horizon is a plane, and then if you do, then it would follow that the Earth is flat.
It wouldn't follow that the Earth is
Absolutely it
flat,
would
Brenda.
follow.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh, you're just too fucking stupid to figure it out.
Because you use these methods of parallel horizontals in differential leveling. And differential leveling is how we measure the elevation of the land, which makes it not flat.
That's not what we're talking about. We're not
Not
talking about.
flat, Brenda.
We're not talking about
The
elevation.
very proof that horizontals are parallel shows it's not flat. Measurably
Oh.
so. Provably,
are you saying that the
measurably
horizon-
not flat.
You're saying it's not flat.
Yes,
You're
I
saying-
want to ask Brenda something.
Therefore,
yes, that's
if
what you're
just a
saying.
minute, one
Um,
second. Bev is saying that the horizon is not flat. Therefore, there can be no horizontal lines parallel to it. If it's not flat, you can't have a parallel line to it.
So I want to ask you something. You said you know geometry. Is that correct?
Brenta's not got a clue.
I can remember the 7th grade. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So can I ask you, what's the name for it? A vertical plane. What is that?
Vertical plane.
Yes.
There's no such
Yeah,
thing on
it's a
Brenda's
vertical
model.
plane. Who cares?
You can't have one of them, Brenda. Watch what you're doing.
course
He's
you
going to
can have a
trap you.
vertical
I do.
He's
I'm
trapping you.
asking, I care, and I'm asking
It's a
you.
vertical plane. So what? It's a vertical
You're
Yeah.
plane.
not allowed them,
What-
Brenda.
what-
Don't
what is
do
it?
it. Don't do it. Gonna
What
trap
is
you.
it? What is a vertical plane? How do you define a vertical plane? Like, is my wall a
Perpendicular.
vertical plane, for example?
It might be, might not be.
Okay. Okay.
That's it. Play
Cool.
the unsure card.
So
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Sure. So, what is a horizontal plane?
One that's perpendicular to a vertical.
Okay. And what is a vertical plane?
A plane that's perpendicular to a horizontal plane.
Oh, Brenda, told you. He's got you. He's got you by the balls there now. You can't get out of
So
it.
what is and what is a horizontal plane then?
I already told you. Perpendicular to vertical.
Well, yeah, sure, but you see, you define the one with reference to the previous one. So
Sure.
so you're going in circles now.
So
So what is a vertical plane then?
it's perpendicular to a horizontal. That's not circular.
No.
Okay. So you said that a vertical plane is perpendicular to the horizontal plane, right?
Right. And the horizontal is
correct?
perpendicular to the vertical. They are in a relationship with each other. They
XYZ.
They are orthogonal.
Cartesian.
They are orthogonal to each other.
Okay.
Orthogonal,
Sure.
Brenda.
So
Try orthogonal. Sounds better. It rolls
so
off the tongue a bit better.
how many vertical planes can I have per horizontal plane?
An infinite number.
Okay. And how many horizontal planes can I have for a vertical plane?
Infinite number.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Set up a grid system, don't they? Like in mathematics.
Yeah. And normally we would say by vertical, we mean it's established as being plumb, right?
Mhm. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what people
Because
normally
plumb's
say.
perpendicular to level, isn't it?
But you could say that even in the absence of gravity, you could simply arbitrarily designate a direction as vertical.
Well, plumb is vertical, right? I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, I think it's the same thing. That's why I said. That's why I said earlier that when you think verticals exist, that makes it non-Euclidean. Yet you've just explained to Dances there you definitely have a Euclidean understanding of vertical and horizontal.
That's
really weird.
So that's inaccurate. No, so the existence of verticals doesn't mean it's non-Euclidean. The fact that the verticals diverge means that the geometry of space and time is non-Euclidean.
What verticals?
Verticals diverge.
How can they be perpendicular though? What's all that about?
Yeah,
It just shows how.
You just said, yeah, you said it's an infinite number.
Showing, Brenda. Contradictions there. It's like a definite contradiction. You can't see it.
Right. So
you said it's infinite, didn't you say? Sorry, Brenda, didn't you say that there is for a vertical plane, right? I ask you how many horizontal planes you have for a vertical plane, and you said an infinite number.
Yeah.
And then I asked you for every horizontal plane, and for a horizontal plane, how many vertical planes do you have? And again, you said an infinite number, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So how can they diverge then?
Because the space is non-Euclidean in in the presence of a mass like the Earth.
Verticals. Yeah, because verticals exist. You think it's non-Euclidean. Yet verticals are straight lines, and they're definitely Euclidean. And the perpendicular relationship makes it even more Euclidean. You've just got a warped mind where something's misfiring. I call it the reasoning process. You've lost all sense of logic. You've got an exploded mind, and you're a diletheist, obviously. And you can't see it because there's a paralogism there in the way, and it's just sort of blocking you from seeing it.
There's no contradiction.
Yeah, there is. Of course there is. There's an obvious contradiction.
No, there isn't. There isn't. You've tried to show that there is one, but you've failed every time.
No, you can't see it. That's the problem.
No, you can't show it.
Yeah, your misunderstanding's showing it even better than I ever could.
Because non-Euclidean geometry is perfectly consistent and does not lead to a contradiction in itself.
These infinite vertical planes that exist for a given horizontal plane.
I mean, you agree with that, right? You agree with that. In fact, there's an infinite number. There's an infinite number of planes between 0 and 1. Right?
All you know, these vertical planes. All the verticals on the vertical plane, are they parallel?
That's what I was about to ask.
Yeah.
Yes. Even in non-Euclidean geometry, you'd say that they are parallel.
Okay.
So they are parallel. No, wait a minute. You little bit of trickery there, diletheist. Are they actually parallel, or are you just redefining parallel to mean something different?
Well, there's no such thing as actually parallel. It either meets the definition or it doesn't.
Yeah, like straight lines lying within a plane,
Straight lines
if extended, would never meet.
Straight lines are undefined.
No, straight lines are well defined.
They're undefined. They're undefined.
No, straight lines are definitely defined within geometry.
You're wrong about pretty much everything you've ever said.
So is it the straight line that you're having a problem with then? Because a vertical is definitely a straight line, right?
All verticals in the presence of gravity, like the Earth, all verticals radiate from the center.
But they're definitely straight lines, though, aren't they? I mean, like when you hold a piece of string with a weight on the end of it, it is a straight line. It's not curved in any way. It has to be straight, doesn't it?
When you hold,
it's a pendulum.
Yeah.
When you hold a piece of string with a weight on the end of it, in the presence of gravity, that is not a straight line as you understand it. That is a curved line. It's a geodesic.
No, that's a straight line. It's straight.
No, it's not straight. It's not straight.
What?
It's the shortest.
You're saying a plumb line isn't straight?
It's not straight.
That's a vertical.
It's not, by meaning it's not Euclidean. It's non-Euclidean. It's describing a geodesic. It's describing the shortest distance to 2 points, and in the non-Euclidean system, under the influence of gravity,
distance between 2 points. That sounds very Euclidean.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's because it is. It's a straight line.
The only difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean is that it eliminates.
Can you show that? Can you show how a plumb line is not straight, Brenda?
We can show how space-time curves. Yes.
No. Show a plumb line that is not straight. Isn't that what you just claimed a second ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said that it's not straight. You said it's something geodesic.
Talking about planes earlier to you.
Under the non-Euclidean system, that's what a straight line is.
This is what happens when diletheists
can you show that?
Geometry, right?
Yes, we can show.
Diletheist meets proof and mind gets exploded.
So we can show, right, that in the presence of gravity, the space and time curve. Absolutely, we can show that. That's what I'm talking about.
No. I didn't say space time. I said plumb bob.
Well, the
You
plumb bob
said
is space time.
yeah, but you said that the plumb bob is
outside.
not going to be straight.
The
You
plumb
said
bob,
it's going to be something else.
it's curving.
Remember?
The plumb
It's
bob,
curving.
yes.
Well, can you show me a plumb bob that is curving, please?
Yes, I can show you curving space time. Yes.
No. Curving plumb bob. You said.
Yeah,
String.
it's too small.
The
It's too
string, I'm
small.
guessing. Just the string.
It's too,
It's
it's too
too-
small
How
to
long
measure.
would the string need to be for you to be able to show the curvature
Well,
of the
if
straight
it was,
line? The
if we
vertical?
were near a black hole, it wouldn't be difficult to
Near a
know.
black hole.
Right.
A
It wouldn't
black
be
hole.
Not so sure I've seen one of
the
those.
intense gravity would make
Fantasy,
it very,
Brenda, can we keep fantasy out of it, please?
it's not a
well,
fantasy.
no, we well,
are
I mean,
absolutely
we
real.
are talking about your fantasy curving
We have
verticals. I don't
We
know
have
why
pictures.
you decided to do that all of a sudden.
We have
Have
it
you
takes-
have you got
it's a special
pictures
case.
of
yes, of
pictures
course.
of plumb bobs? Pictures of plumb bobs curving? That's what you mean? You got pictures?
No, I said we have pictures of black holes.
No, but you said
Yeah, we do.
but you said that the plumb bob curves. Maybe
Yes.
you made a mistake. Oh no, you didn't make a mistake.
No.
So you're saying the
There
plumb
is-
bob curve.
I just thought of a case. There was a mountain where they
Yes.
measured it, and the plumb bob
Mhm.
was pulled towards the mountain.
But that would be a straight line, a sort of a slope,
would be-
a tilt of the vertical.
No, it wasn't tilted.
It wasn't
that was
curved,
vertical.
though, was it?
That was vertical. That
How,
was the
how was it
plumb bob.
curved?
That was the plumb
But
bob
you said
showing
curve though.
vertical, but it was
Wow.
pulled. But it was pulled off toward. It was.
There was,
attracted towards the mountain.
Brenda, there was no plumb bobs involved, but nice
In that
try.
one?
Nice try. I like it.
You could put a plumb bob there, and there have been.
You could.
There have been.
It would have been
plumb
nice
bobs
if they
and
had
then-
have done that, wouldn't it? It would have been
There have
a
been
lot
plumb
more
bobs-
impressive rather than you just imagining that they did and then imagining some sort of a curvature.
There have been plumb bobs suspended in mine shafts, and it's been shown that they diverge.
Still straight though, right?
So can we go to the perpendicular one? So
Right, so
if there is
you accept therefore that plumb bobs will diverge.
diverge, why? If you mean if there is wind or stuff?
No,
What
there
do you
was
mean
no wind.
diverge?
There was no wind in the mine shaft. There was no wind.
And how do you know they diverge?
Because they measured it.
Straight line distances at
They
the top
measured it.
and the bottom. They were definitely, they knew it was
They measured it.
definitely
But how-
straight, right, Brenda?
How
They
did they
were
measure
not-
it?
I don't know, but they were not parallel.
Mm.
What weren't parallel? The measurements between the two top and the bottom. Those ones, they weren't parallel.
Well, if they were
No.
parallel, the measurements would be the same.
Which
wouldn't they?
ones weren't parallel? The measurements that they took when they measured.
Oh, if you have two parallel plumb bobs, right? Then
Parallel.
then the distance between them at the ends would be the same, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
They were not the same. They were not the same.
Okay. So that means that the other lines, the horizontals that they measured at the top and the bottom would have to have been parallel, right? For them to measure
Oh.
that the other ones weren't parallel, because you have to have a geometric understanding for how you measure these other ones.
So you agree then that they were not parallel.
I don't know. I'm saying, like, do you
Well, they were
agree
measured-
that the horizontal ones were parallel in order to measure that the other ones weren't parallel, or could it have been that none of them were parallel, so they didn't actually get a square shape, and that's why the measurements were off? Is that a possibility?
Why would
Or
that be
maybe-
off? Why would they
Or
be
maybe
off if
or
they're
maybe
both-
one of them was closer to a black hole and the other one was not.
I don't think that there was a black hole in a mine shaft.
Or
Then why would
maybe,
the- why would
maybe if
the
they were
plumb bob
both
change color?
curves, they were curves of different radiuses, and you would have had different measurements. Maybe they didn't know what a horizontal straight line distance was to start off
Yeah,
with.
maybe a lot
Maybe
of
they
things-
didn't know what a parallel was. Maybe
Maybe-
they'd gone under the
maybe,
misunderstanding that
maybe,
parallels had a
maybe.
definition and it was wrong.
Maybe. All I hear is maybe. It's
Yeah.
maybe.
Maybe.
But the fact
Maybe
is,
somebody
the-
went, hey, look, those are
Maybe.
plumb bobs there. Well, like, obviously they can't be
It sounds
parallel.
desperate. Maybe. Yeah, maybe that's the case. But we know one thing: they weren't parallel, and they should be.
How do you know that they weren't
Because
parallel?
they measured them, and they weren't parallel.
Mhm.
And now you can insert all the maybes you want in your desperation, but
Do you
the
know?
fact still remains.
Do you know
they were
in
not
that
parallel.
story? You know, in that story, they're diverging, but the wrong way, right? Did you know that?
No, I don't
Did
know what
you
you're
know?
talking.
Oh, yeah, they were going the wrong way for your model. They went the opposite way.
doubt that.
Yeah.
I doubt that.
No, check it out.
No, I doubt it.
Check it out. It's the
That's why
opposite way,
Connor
Brenda.
Hayes
The
is an
mine shaft
argument.
one.
Yeah, all you have is a whole lot of maybes.
No,
So,
the
Brenda,
story.
the-
I
the-
this.
the
Wait a minute.
problem-
This one isn't a maybe. This is the story that you've just given us about the mine shafts. That's why I was saying maybe they measured it wrong, because you surely can't be bringing that as a proof, because it shows that they went the other way, the wrong way.
Yeah, because in your model GWS oblong spheroid Earth model that you mentioned earlier, the plumb bob should be pointing towards the direction of the Earth, Moon, Sun barycenter, right?
What of it?
Right? Where does the plumb bob point to?
What? Plumb bobs.
I'm saying,
Up and down.
where does it point to, the plumb bob? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Center of the Earth.
Shouldn't it point to the barycenter of the Earth, Sun, Moon system?
No, why should it?
Because that's where the barycenter is.
Yeah, but you don't even know what the fuck that is.
I know enough to know that a
You
plumb
don't know
bob
shit.
should be pointing there.
What is the barycenter for the Earth-Sun system?
What in the GWS
But it's a
whatever
fictional
model?
place, isn't
Yeah,
it?
you still don't have. You don't have a.
Is it
fucking
a
clue.
fictional place, Brenda?
You don't
No.
have a fucking
So-
clue, do you?
Point being that the plumb bob on your model should be pointing to a fictional place, but
Why? Why should it point there?
because that's where the maths are telling it to
No.
point.
No, it's not. The center of the mass of the Earth is at the center of the Earth.
The center of mass of the Earth is at the center of the Earth.
Yes.
What about the gravitational pull of the Moon and the Sun on the Earth?
What about it?
I know. You tell me.
Yeah, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You
He's
don't
asking
even,
I mean,
you
it
to
affects-
tell
you don't
him.
even know what you're
Tell
talking
him.
about.
Tell him, Brenda. Tell him. Go on.
No, I don't have
Tell
to
Put
me.
him
tell
right.
him if he
Go
can-
on. Put him
I don't
right.
have to tell him what his question
You
is.
should be able to, though, right? That's what we're after trying to do.
Yeah.
We're trying to improve
Yeah.
people's
You don't
rhetoric.
know what the
Come
fuck
on,
you're
you
talking about. do
explain
you?
your
disappointed.
non-proofs.
You don't have a fucking clue, do you?
Tell him your non-arguments. Go on.
She's addicted to swearing now because she's got nothing else.
What?
Come on, Brenda.
Me and my friends talk this way all the time.
You have friends.
Yeah, good for you.
You have friend or ears?
Good for you.
Bring them round here, Brenda. Let's have a party.
No.
Let's yeah. Come on.
Oh,
Are you?
and also,
You're not
Brenda,
ashamed of us, are you?
Before you start,
No,
Bring your frames round.
with a barycenter, I mean, you should also
The
explain.
barycenter is a point of rotation.
And how does the rotation of the Earth affect the direction that the plumb bob points to?
What the fuck? You have no idea what you're talking about either, do you?
Well,
None.
you
What
can
does
you can
rotation have
spin
to do with
you can
gravity?
spin you can spin a bucket full of water, and then the water will not come off the bucket because of the centripetal. Anyway, because of Newton's first law, right? So it has inertia, so it will stick to the bucket as you spin it, right? It won't spill out the edges. I mean, we've all done that as kids. You know what I'm talking about, right? So if you got the Earth
You're
spinning,
really boring.
and then you've got a plumb bob.
Do you have anything better than this boring shit?
No, that's actually pretty good. I don't think it's boring because it will make the plumb bob deviate because the Earth spins. I mean, using a plumb bob at the equator would be different than using a plumb bob in London, and it would be different than using a plumb bob at the North Pole, right?
Oh, really? How much? How much difference? Can you calculate that?
Oh, what did you like my proof when I was in there, Brenda? When I said there can be no motion or rotation because that would stop a plumb bob from being vertical.
Yeah, that's not
Exactly.
how anything works.
You can test that. In reality, right?
It's
You can
obviously
actually
wrong.
test it.
It's wrong.
But
No, you can definitely do that in reality.
yeah, you can test it, Brenda.
You
Did
can
you
test
give
it with
that-
the water level too.
Did you give that? Did
Any
you give that
motion,
Brad?
it doesn't. It's not horizontal.
Did you give that?
Yeah.
Was that part of your presentation for Reds?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Did you not hear it?
How hard did they laugh?
No, they just tried to brush over it. But yeah.
Oh, okay. So they were
Well,
being
actually,
polite.
no. They tried with the focal pendulum thing. They to put a motor to it.
Yeah, that was another thing
Yeah.
where you were just lying your ass off, weren't you?
No. Focal pendulums have a motor on them. That's what makes them
No, they
not
don't.
plumb bobs. Otherwise,
No, they
it'd just
don't.
be a big plumb bob.
They don't have
Yeah.
a motor on them. That's a lie.
Well, if they don't have one, then they are a big plumb bob.
Yeah. You want to have a word with Level Earth Observer with his crane? He'll tell you all about that.
He's an idiot. So
Mhm.
they move back and forth, right? It's the motion back and
No,
forth. in the plane.
Okay, so Brenda, the Foucault pendulum, it's just a perpetual pendulum that's always swinging by itself, just perpetual motion.
No, it's not. It's not perpetual.
Well, then how does it keep going?
Well, for demonstrations, they give it a little nudge.
A little nudge. I don't know.
And what if
Give it a
it's
little
not for a
nudge and-
demonstration?
Then
Yeah,
how do
without
they
a push, it would
how do
hang
they do it
still,
over
yeah.
hours? Because it's 15 degrees per hour, right? So this thing's
Right,
got to
right.
fucking swing back and forth with the same force for 24 hours.
Well, they do for a long time. Yeah,
How with a nudge?
they have a little
With
have
a
little
nudge?
device on it. Yes, they have a little motor that gives.
Oh,
it a
now
little
they have a motor.
Yeah.
But you
That's
said
what we said, and you
But
called
you
us
said they don't-
liars.
yeah, you
Fuck
said they
off,
don't
Brenda.
have.
Yes.
You said
Because
they
they
don't
don't
have
have a
a
motor.
Yes, because that's
Yeah.
true. They don't have a motor.
And
But
then you just
now
said it
they
has a
don't have a
motor.
motor.
What's
That's
wrong
Oh my
with
God,
you?
That's
can
correct.
you believe this individual?
Oh, come
Right.
on. This
So-
is just ridiculous now.
So the reason is
They've
they just
never
put
had
it-
an argument, right? This is the
So
best they've
they put it
ever
there.
had, right? They're just
So
all being fully exposed now as blatant
Right. So if you
sophists
look
with
there-
zero arguments,
No, it's just
zero
you being-
understanding of basic geometry
you
or
being
anything.
a
It's
fucking dumb flat earther. That's all.
I'm
So
not
the
a flat
problem
earther,
is-
Brenda.
That
It's
kicks your
upsetting.
ass
You're
on a
dumb
daily
flat earther.
basis, Brenda.
You're just a dumb flat earther. So the point
That's all
is,
you
make
got.
you
come
look
the
You've got
ad
a
homs.
label
So-
to put on him.
so you're
Can't
just a
deal with his
dumb flat
arguments.
earther.
You're pathetic.
That's all you got, Brenda. Good job.
So
Right,
do they
so-
have a motor or don't they have a
You're
motor?
just a dumb
Well, which
flat
one is it?
earther. So they put motors on it.
Showing her bigotry, just has to label somebody and insult them
big tears.
over the label.
Cry me big purple tears. Big purple tears now. There you go.
No,
Paige.
we're
Big
laughing,
purple tears.
Brenda. We're laughing at
Big purple
you
tears.
because you have truly been exposed.
No, big purple tears. Deb.
Yeah, truly.
So the point is they put the motors on them for display purposes, but it doesn't have to have one.
So
You
how does
fucking
it
morons.
keep? No,
can't
wait,
tell-
calm
you
down,
can't
Brenda.
tell the
How does
difference.
it keep spinning then?
It's just a plumb bob.
Because
It
it's
doesn't
a
have a
plumb bob.
motor.
Because you pull it back and you let go, you fucking dumb
Yeah.
flat
How?
earther.
Okay, so if you just let go of a pendulum and let it swing, how long is it going to swing for by itself?
It depends on how big it is, you dumb flat earther.
See, this is what I would. This is why I added that plumb bob thing in. Remember this, right?
Oh yeah, it's great, Brett.
If
That is awesome.
there is
really
any
big.
motion, then a plumb bob cannot establish a vertical. A plumb bob does establish a vertical, therefore there is no motion.
Yeah, that's false.
That sounds like an argument to me.
Yeah, because right?
Because it
Your
has
first
a
premise- your first premise is wrong.
insatisfactory conclusion at the end of it.
Your first premise is wrong,
What?
and you're making an equivocation fallacy, as you usually do.
Wow, that's very impressive, Brenda.
Right. So it's due to
You
the
should tell
conservation-
Reds that. He
How
didn't seem
fast-
to say that.
How fast? If I hold a plumb bob and it's perfectly still in the air,
Vertical.
How fast is it moving?
It's not, is it? It's stationary.
No, it's moving at the equator at 1,000 miles an hour.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah,
not.
it is.
It's not.
Yeah. That's how the world works, you dumb flat earther.
Brenda,
Sorry.
I don't think anyone has ever seen ever in the history of ever any plumb bobs moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
No, they're you hold it and it's to you, relative to you, it's perfectly still. And if you're at the equator, you and the plumb bob are all moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
No.
Yes, no. That was
Fantastic,
nice long
Brenda.
pause.
I like it.
I like that.
Can you
I like
can
that.
you reformulate our argument then? See how well you can do with that ridiculous statement that you've just made. Go on, try it for us at least. Try and formulate it. Incorporate what you've just said with the initial argument to rebut that if there's any movement, plumb bob cannot establish vertical.
Yeah, say those things together, actually.
If a plumb bob
Please.
is moving relative, right, to the ground beneath it, it cannot establish vertical.
On a train. Because it'd be swinging, it wouldn't be vertical, would it? If you
No,
were on
it
a
would be
train,
whole-
and it would be relative to the carriage.
Right, the ground beneath it. So it would be perfectly still
It wouldn't though,
Relative-
would it?
relative to the ground beneath it, which is the floor of the train.
It wouldn't be.
Right,
It wouldn't be
it would
vertical
be.
though. It wouldn't.
It would be perfectly still. It would establish a vertical within that reference frame, yes.
No, it wouldn't, because the train would
Yes,
be
it-
moving it.
No, by definition, it's establishing a vertical. So yes, it
no,
would be.
not when
Don't-
there's
don't
movement.
Plumb bobs,
That's
plumb
the point
bobs
of it.
establish a vertical, don't they?
Not when they're on a train and the train's in motion.
Not when plumb bobs don't establish verticals except when they're on a plane. A train. How
On a
about a
train.
plane?
I would say a plane would
about a ship?
invalidate a
about a
plumb
ship?
bob from being
How about a car?
vertical.
I'm in a 18-wheeler. I'm in the back. I'm in the back there in the carriage.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great big box. Right?
Yeah, it'd be all over the place in a car, in a truck.
This 18-wheeler, this truck has
swaying from side to side.
This truck has
bumps.
super.
Yeah.
It has super springs in it.
Imagination time.
Keeps it perfectly still.
No, if there's any motion, it will not produce a vertical because of the motion. It needs to be static. That's the point.
Therefore, if it's static relative to the reference frame in which it is in, then it does establish a vertical.
It does establish a vertical in reality because it's perpendicular to horizontal. And you can't establish a horizontal with a water level unless you have a static water. It needs to be hydrostatic, same as the plumb bob. It needs to be static.
So if it's on a non-inertial frame of reference, is what you're saying, Brenda, then it wouldn't be able to establish a vertical, right?
No, the Earth is a non-inertial reference frame.
Exactly, man. So it cannot establish a vertical in a rotating frame of reference, which is a non-inertial frame of reference.
Well, if say, for instance, I'm in a rocket ship that's accelerating, it's out in space, and I hold up a plumb bob, that plumb bob establishes a vertical.
Brenda. If a plumb bob is used on a non-inertial reference frame, you agreed that it cannot establish a vertical anymore.
In a strict sense, yeah.
Yeah, in a strict sense. Okay, but not in a relaxed sense.
It can be. We can say that in relative to everything around it, it's not moving. So
but it is moving because it's mounted on a non-inertial frame of reference, such as the one of a rotating sphere, for example, in free space.
See, the thing is that we are allowed to construct our reference frames as we like, right? So we are allowed to do that. So you can set up a plumb bob on a rotating planet and still establish a vertical because it will be stationary with respect to its immediate reference frame.
You can establish a plumb bob that will establish a vertical in reality, Brenda. There's no need for you to inject any sort of fantasy model into it.
So it's not fantasy. So I could go to Mars.
But if you want to inject a fantasy model, just let me make this short point. If you insist in injecting a fantasy model or any model, from the moment that this plumb bob is mounted on a non-inertial frame of reference, such that of a rotating sphere, for example, then you cannot establish the vertical anymore.
No, I think you can because it's
no. I'm sorry, it's physics. You can't because it's non-inertial. You see,
you don't know jack shit about physics, so I could go to. So when eventually when people start building things on Mars, just listen to this.
You understand non-inertial, right? So I know that we have a common ground here. You understand non-inertial reference frame. You understand what that means.
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care.
So you don't care, or you understand?
I don't care about you're so fucking boring. So
this is not about me being boring. This is about the non-inertial reference frame, Brenda.
You make these pedantic points that just don't mean anything, and you constantly think that you're making some point, and all you're doing is anomaly hunting. That's all you're doing.
No, I'm not making any point. I'm just highlighting that in physics, a non-inertial frame of reference, you can't have a plumb bob that establishes the vertical.
Why not?
Because it's non-inertial. Because it swings.
Not swinging.
Because the surface,
it's stationary.
The surface rotates. No, it's not. It's spinning.
Yeah, it is. It's stationary. But no, it's stationary with
Wait, are you
stationary.
saying the Earth is stationary or is it spinning? Which one is
See,
it?
the problem, do you understand what you're doing? Is you're getting confused between the larger motion of the Earth rotating and the smaller environment
Yes.
of where it is.
Oh, come on, Brenda. Again, I have
So-
to point out,
so-
Brenda's talking shit. Everybody knows that a plumb bob establishes a vertical in reality. In order for it to do that, it has to be stationary. Obviously.
What's the argument for that?
That's the essence of it.
I don't
actually.
know. Like your implications that are happening in your head are causing you to have some sort of mind spasms.
I'm just saying.
You like come out
No,
in some sort of a rash or something. It's really strange.
Allow me to say allow me to make my claim, which is that you can establish a reference frame, right?
With what? What do you have to establish a reference frame with?
I just make
I think you're convoluting reference frame with coordinate system. They're not the same thing.
That's what a reference frame
No,
is.
the Z is done by the vertical, Brenda.
That's what a reference frame
is. The Z is the vertical datum that all elevations are measured upon. Just the Z.
Yeah. From my reference frame, sure.
All the time. Every time a Z axis is the elevation of every elevation point in America, if that's where you live, same as in the UK, all of them are measured on that vertical datum, every elevation.
So I have a merry-go-round. You say roundabout, right?
We're just talking about the Z axis, and you've got it on a fucking merry-go-round. It's like a childhood or something. What's going on? You revert into child state again.
Just wait for it, Bev. Just wait for it. Just wait for it. So I have a roundabout. I have a roundabout.
Merry-go-round science. A roundabout. A roundabout in the UK is you drive your cars round it.
A merry-go-round then. A merry-go-round. It's 1 mile in diameter. And on the
we have a roundabout in just down the road called Mile Island.
So
our actual roundabout is a mile all the way around it.
At the edge of the merry-go-round, I build a little cubicle, right? And inside of that cubicle,
Brenda, you're not building anything. You've never done this again. You're fantasizing again.
I establish
You're doing like a carny. Are you being a carny in the center of the merry-go-round?
Yeah, you're trying to deflect, aren't you? Just desperate.
Are you back to dreams again?
I establish
Childhood dreams.
vertical. I can establish a vertical within that reference.
How are you gonna do it?
I just have a plumb.
Yeah. So will that plumb be vertical to the ground?
It will for that reference frame, yes.
For which reference frame?
No, the ground. The ground.
The one
ground, Brenda.
No, for the merry-go-round.
Uh-huh.
That's a reference frame.
It's rotating though, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
15 degrees an hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there is a spin.
Yes, there is a spin. There is a spin, and on the merry-go-round, I can construct a vertical with a plumb bob.
Yeah, are you sure?
So are you saying the Earth is spinning merry-go-round? Like it's a disc that spins?
Well, it's a ball.
I don't get.
It makes it simpler.
I don't get the analogy.
Does it have to be in the center as well, this, or like?
No, I put it at.
You put it anywhere, and it'll always be vertical. Do you reckon?
Absolutely.
Hmm.
And
have you ever seen those swings on those like merry-go-rounds that go round? Do they always stay vertical while it's spinning?
They're vertical by definition.
Mm-hmm. And would they be vertical in the correct way that you want them to be vertical? Would they?
What does that mean? The correct way?
build a house.
Well, where would they converge
with
and where would they
vertical-
diverge? Where would that be? At the top or the
I
bottom?
don't know. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't know.
It doesn't. You don't know. It doesn't matter.
I don't know. The point. the point. To
So
be made here is
you're obviously geometrically illiterate, and they shouldn't allow you out, Brenda, to do this sort of stuff.
So the point here is that
it's hilarious.
The point
No,
here.
no, no. Freedom of
called-
speech. Freedom of speech.
The point is what Einstein called the equivalence principle, which is that within any accelerating frame,
Converging, diverging. Yeah. What's the difference?
It's equivalent. It's
equivalent. Same shit.
Yeah.
All of the physics is
concave,
exactly
convex. I mean, who cares? As long as it's not horizontal, right? Or vertical.
All of the physics
God
is
forbid.
exactly the same.
Still straight though, right? Because I think that's where we started. You wanted to curve it.
Yeah, straight.
Yeah, we've always been talking about straight, strangely
absolutely
enough. You
follow-
just seem to have had your convergence where your divergence should have been. You've just got completely confused about everything and forgotten that you were trying to curve a vertical. I don't know how you could
and you
possibly
were-
think you were doing that.
And then there was the horizon. That's the horizontal plane, and then there was the baseline for measuring the distance of stars. I mean, it's been a rich night, honestly.
Yeah, following on from Ryan, right? Who was only asking how you thought Ryan had done, and you proceeded to make yourself the star of the show. You think he did badly? Oh, watch this. Hold my beer, says Brenda.
I think he did just fine. I think he did this fine. You humiliated yourself completely, Bev. They were shocked at how stupid you are.
I
Well,
hope
actually,
so. I hope
not so
so,
much-
Brenda.
Not so much. Yes,
Tell all
not
the
so much how
friends
stupid,
to come around.
how morally corrupt you are.
Morally corrupt. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're a liar.
Is that
Bev.
because you hold a
You're a liar.
proof and it's
No, it's because you lie.
you
with
react
so-
like really strangely about when you see truth and proofs, don't
No,
you?
it's because you're a pathological liar, Bev.
Yeah, this is one of
You
the
lie with
symptoms.
you lie with complete ease.
Uh-huh.
It's in a way it can be kind of frightening.
We call that
It means-
truth, but dilithius
No,
over here
No,
often
lies
hear
aren't
it
truth. Bev.
differently.
Lies are not truth. That's what you deal in lies. You are the people of the lie.
Well, the dictionary seems to agree with me, so
No, it doesn't. I've shown you. We've been shown multiple times how things don't agree with you, over and over, and you just continue to lie.
But horizontals are defined as being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
But you
Like,
haven't
you
shown
can't
the
do
horizon
much
is a
about
plane.
that, can you?
You can't show that the horizon is a plane. You
The
can't show that.
dictionary can't show that. You mean?
Yeah, dictionaries don't prove things.
Mm-hmm.
They just record how people use words.
Yeah. It's the
So
reasoning
what is
that comes
the-
the proof.
What is the horizon, Brenda?
Where the
In your own,
where
in
the
your own
apparent
words.
horizon, it's where the apparent horizon meets
The apparent horizon. No. The horizon.
No, the
What is
apparent
the horizon?
The
No,
apparent
no. The horizon. What is it?
No, it's the apparent horizon.
The horizon. Like, it's got a "the"
Yeah.
in front of it. It's one of those ones.
Yes.
No, you're just wrong. It's it's really.
I'm wrong in asking a question. How
No, you're
how
wrong
can
in
I
what-
be wrong in asking a question?
No, it's not the question. It was the fact your disagreement was.
What is my disagreement? I'm just asking a question.
You
My
didn't
question
just
is,
ask- that's a
what
lie.
is-
You didn't just ask. That's a
what
lie. You
is-
didn't just ask a question.
Brenda, stop.
might have
It
searched
shows
it.
when
What
you
is-
get triggered. You
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
start
I'll-
calling everybody liars.
Yeah. I'll wait. I'll wait for the triggering
Yeah.
to cool down. Okay, here I go. So my question is, what is the horizon, Brenda?
It's where the apparent. Oh, with the horizon. Right.
Yes,
it's
the
where-
horizon. You got it.
It's the
Go for
limit
it.
of-
What is
it's
it?
the limit of your vision.
the limit of my vision. So my horizon is different than your horizon?
Absolutely.
You're the
All right.
horizon, because I have the horizon as well, right? And there is a common element that we have to go with it, is that all horizontals, all my horizontals, all his horizontals, all your horizontals, they will all be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Now that's your claim. You have yet to prove it, Bev.
Mm-hmm. So if we could come up with a logical statement, commonly called a proof, would that be at least the beginnings of a proof?
No, you need an empirical measurement.
Like the measurement of all elevations.
So you
across the entirety of the UK and the US.
So you need to make an empirical measurement that shows that the horizon is a plane.
Well, could we show that all horizontals are planes and that they are always parallel to the plane of the horizon, defined as such? Would that be sort of empirical enough?
That would be another claim that you would have to do a separate experiment to demonstrate.
You think you need to do an experiment to demonstrate how differential leveling works?
No, you need an experiment to show that the horizon is a plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds like a worthwhile experiment. Do you reckon we could do that as a survey sort of thing?
I don't think you're capable.
So you would think it'd be worthwhile? Could we do a?
I don't think you're capable of performing.
GoFundMe. We'd have to work out exactly how we'd do it first, but I mean, it does sound like a worthwhile mission.
You're too intellectually dishonest
to make sure, right, that because our understanding of horizontals is at stake here. I mean, it should be worth doing. I mean, if we're unsure whether a horizontal is actually a plane at all, with the X and Y axis, the 2 dimensions, we need to find this out. I wonder if there's any proofs that prove that what a plane is in reality. I wonder if all measurements being made on the horizontal shortest distances, I wonder if that would that be something close enough, Brenda? And then you could tap in the vertical datum, the Z, to go with the X and Y, to show the actual empirical measurements in reality, the ones that make the maps. Do you think that'd work? Oh, Brenda's gone.
I think that was, I think that was too big a question. Anyway. Oh boy. Well, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
I'll retire now. So take care.
Yeah, it's nearly 4 o'clock. Long night.
Good job. Very good job. So see you guys. Bye.
Catch you later. Well, that's that. Brenda's gone, everyone. Left us. Probably for the better, really. I need to go and get some sleep. We need to get some stuff. But I mean, it's been a good 2 weeks, hasn't it? Red's Rhetoric's helped us out tremendously. I'm glad he came back now. I was still wondering why he did come back. But if he wants to come back and start doing debate things like that, I think it might be a breath of fresh air in this community. I mean, who would have expected Red's Rhetoric to do that? Switch his super chats off. Very good of him. I don't know why he did that. I think it's because Ryan wanted him to give all of the money to modern day debates. That was one of his stipulations. So Ryan did well there to do that. All right. Oh.
Night, Biff.
Yeah, I think it's time I went to go and get some sleep. Thank you very much for joining us. It is the weekend. Who knows what's going to happen? Probably be back Model Affliction Monday. No Buster tonight. It's too late. Thanks for watching. And remember the arguments. I'm going to have to go over all of this stuff.